is late in the Second Era, a time of war, as the empire of Titus Septim sweeps through the kingdoms of Tamriel in a glorious bid for conquest. Septim is opposed on all sides, but never more fiercely than by Hammerfell, the ancestral home of the Redguards. The High King of Hammerfell, Thasard II, resists the imperial invasions even as he sees other kingdoms crumble, until at last, without warning and surprisingly devoid of court treachery, death takes its full measure. With its High King dead, Hammerfell is crippled, plunging into a bloody civil war between the crowns, fighting for their homeland's continued sovereignty, and the forebears, who have finally accepted the Emperor's rule. The crowns, led by the heir to Thasard, Prince Ator, are continually victorious, spilling the blood of the forebears across Hammerfell's sands. From his seat of power in the port city of Stros-Makai, Prince Ator slowly reunites his father's unraveled kingdom. Feeling their impending defeat, the forebears sign a pact with the Emperor, allowing him to bring his armies in, crush the crowns, and rule Hammerfell as his own. Titus Septim's armies prove too much for the proud Redguard crowns. Titus Septim sends his best commander, Lord Richten, to Stros-Makai to close the grip on Prince Ator and the crowns. The prince rallies his forces for one last stand. Knowing that Hammerfell's sovereignty is at stake, the crown forces match the might of the empire, meeting them in the harbor of Stros-Makai for the final battle. The fighting is fierce. Lord Richten, having seen the prince's victories at sea before, decides to bring his last resource to the fore. The dragon, Nathalilagus, proud jewel of the imperial crown. Ator commands his archers to ready their weapons, but is struck down himself by Richten's assassin, felled by an arrow whose poison spreads too fast. Ator's wizard attempts to save the prince, but the dragon ends his magic and the crown's hope for victory in a single fiery breath. Having conquered the crowns, the Emperor's forces claim rule over all of Hammerfell. Imperial garrisons are stationed at every city, and Richten himself is named provisional governor of Stros-Makai. Months pass. The Redguards of Hammerfell, both crown and forebear, learn to live under the new imperial rule, and Titus Septim extends his reach into the rest of Tamriel. It is only through fate that any of this will come to concern our hero, Cyrus, a Redguard who long ago left Hammerfell to wander the borderlands of the Empire.
Cyrus, eto forwakacher okodor.
Let's make this short, Sarathra. I've got work to do.
Balizihataratami. Sicho.
I leave with Duardine's men in an hour.
Renrigi intnor. Oko imperial ja. Iko pofam rototvelk.
You should know you got me the job.
Tragir. Sratra kol kotero to Hammerfell. Boshe rot.
The seal is broken.
Sratra warrega.
Yeah, I bet you were.
No kodwadin. Sratra X. Sratra X Kyle.
Izara.
Rolita dek kaudor.
I need a ship.
To board the koi Sratra Nakovik Warabarashi.
Money, too.
Sridwadin ja epakoja srik. Pur Sratra kadoiliter beko.
We haven't spoken in 10 years. There was trouble.
Kakatar.
I killed her husband.
Hammerfell's prodigal son, Cyrus, returns to the province of his birth. He buys passage to the island of Stros-Makai in the hopes of rescuing his sister, is up.
Get below is what the pilot said to the wet-eared knaves before him.
The Restless League is claiming this cargo,
Said the other with cruel clarity.
Probably wouldn't make a difference if I told you I had no time for this.
This is about Redguard armor, boy. Stand aside.
Yes, a doubtful notion it is. Piracy and politics. But there you have it.
Never been much for politics. In my day, piracy was honest work.
Don't be a hero, boy.
Where's the money in that?
And yea, verily, by his bravery they were impressed for a scant few seconds.
Cyrus!
Captain, good to see you back in command.
Please call me Brennan. You disposed of those ruffians so quickly, I had no time to retrieve my sword from my cabin.
That's so,
Look, over there. Let us move on before more show up.
I hope this letter finds your hands, friend. My latest travels have brought me to Stros Mackay, and no one here has seen your sister for 3 months. I fear the worst. I feel obligated to stay for a few weeks. I'll be at the Dragon Tail Inn should you return. Tobias.
Cyrus. And how do you do?
Brennan, can I have a minute?
Anything for your like, Cyrus.
How has Stros Mackay fared under its new imperial masters?
The locals are still chafing at the bit, but in time, they will come to appreciate the benefits of membership in the Empire.
That's so, The pirates who attacked us spoke of a restless league. Have you heard of them?
Other captains tell me the remaining banditti have organized themselves against the Empire's crackdown on smuggling and piracy.
I am looking for my sister Izar. Perhaps you have heard of her.
I'm afraid not. Before the Empire cleaned things up, Stros Mackay was a pirate haven, avoided by honest merchants like myself.
It seems the Empire has not eliminated all the pirates from Stros Mackay.
Apparently so. They've become bold, attacking a ship so far into Hunding Bay. But give it time. The Empire has only been here a few months.
The Empire has done well in its conquest of Hammerfell, you think?
Absolutely. No offense, but Hammerfell is in need of some law and order.
I am meeting a friend at the Dragon Tail. Can you direct me?
I can't recommend it, but it's the only drink hole in this godforsaken town. Up the bridge, you see to the right, through the gate to the town square, you will see the sign.
Thanks. We'll talk later.
Ahoy there, sailor. Can I have a word with you? Greetings, stranger.
What can I do for you, friend?
The question is, what can I do for you? The young stranger in town, fearless, footloose, and fancy-free, a little light of purse, perhaps? I have a proposition that may appeal, but first allow me to introduce myself. Kataro, contractor of Stros Mackay, at your service.
Cyrus. Charmed. I wonder if you know my sister, Izara. I've come to Stros Mackay to find out what's happened to her.
I'm afraid I don't know her. I'm just a simple working man. You might try Dreekius up at the Dragon Tail. Pretty much everyone in Stros Mackay passes through his door eventually.
What do you know about a group of ruffians calling themselves the Restless League?
Damn them and their bloody-minded ways. They've done more to ruin Stros Mackay than the Four Bears and Empire combined. If it weren't for them, this city would have been at peace months ago.
I haven't been in Hammerfell since before the war. How do you like being a citizen of the Empire?
Sure beats war, my young friend. I won't lie to you, though. Hard to find honest labor these days. Four Bears would rather smirk than lift, and the Crowns don't have the back for it anymore.
Sounds like the Crowns are taking their defeat pretty hard.
Yeah, I've always stayed out of politics. Bad for business. Crown, Four Bear, I don't care. As long as their coin is true. My philosophy is, what's done is done. Live and let live. The grass is always greener, you know?
I guess the Four Bears are still savoring victory in the Civil War, eh?
Yeah, you could say that, although you might not want to say it in their faces. They're a touchy lot these days.
I've been up north for years, but I was pretty sure the Four Bears won the war.
Of course they did. And the Four Bears like to bust up the Dragon Tail just in case anyone doubts it. Some ungenerous Crowns like to point out the Imperial flags flying all over the palace and the Imperial soldiers patrolling the streets. None of my concern, though. You know what I mean?
I'm supposed to meet a friend at the Dragon Tail. Can you direct me?
It's the only watering hole in town. Follow the ramps uphill to the town square. Bit of friendly advice, watch your step. The Four Bears are a touchy lot these days.
You call yourself a contractor. What does that mean?
Over here we have someone who needs something done. Over there we have someone who's looking for work. How do they find each other? That's where I come in.
How is the Restless League responsible for ruining Stros Mackay?
Burning or plundering half the cargoes headed for this port, stirring up the Imperials to ever more ruthless repression. The League doesn't seem to realize that the war is over, and they lost.
You're saying the League was allied with the Crowns?
That depends on who you ask. I don't know. I'm not one of your political gentlemen, always in someone else's business. I'm just a poor working stiff. A bird in the hand is better, you know what they say.
Tell me about this job you have for me.
A simple task. Pick up an amulet from Nagasta and deliver it to the governor's palace. Now, to be honest, I've been having trouble finding someone to take the job. But I'm sure a robust lad such as yourself pays no attention to silly local superstitions. Are you interested?
I'm considering. I have a few more questions first.
Ask away, my good Cyrus. I have nothing to hide.
Nagasta?
Yeah, a harmless old hermit. The more superstitious of my fellow citizens repeat silly rumors about him, but I put no stock in their tales. He lives in the old wizard's tower. Just follow the shoals on the northwest side of the island.
Any idea what's so important about this amulet?
That's between Nagasta and the governor. I just get paid to find a delivery man.
How much are you offering for this job?
Like I said, I've been having trouble hiring for this job, so I'm upping the rate a bit. 100 up front and 200 more after completion.
That's pretty high for a simple delivery. What's the catch?
The pay's proportional to the danger. Nagasta's tower isn't exactly on the main road, you know? So you may have a little trouble getting there. Nothing that you can't handle, I'm sure.
Where can I find the governor's palace?
Straight at the top of the hill. You can't miss it. The grandest structure in Stros Mackay, maybe in all of Hammerfell. Quite the tourist attraction before the late unpleasantness.
What superstitions do the locals harbor about this Nagasta?
Oh, you know, they call him a necromancer, prattle about him stealing people's souls, armies of undead, you know, that sort of thing. Nothing a well-armed fellow like yourself would worry about.
Dreekius?
A friendly local lizard. Not that I have anything against him, or her, or whatever. Can't ever tell with those Argonians. Runs the Dragon Tail, the tavern on the town square.
We'll talk later.
Cyrus, you made it. Come here, lad. Oh, you look good. It's been too long.
If you hadn't retired...
Mercenary life's younger men's work.
Bah, he said.
I prayed that you would get my letter.
It is lucky you were here, Tobias, or I wouldn't have known Azara was in trouble. I have not been in Hammerfell since
I know, lad, what you mean.
Anyway, Stros Mackay has no one who could have reached me. Thank you.
I sent the letter some weeks ago, Cyrus. I fear things have gotten worse for your sister since.
How did you know where to reach me, Tobias? Our paths parted so long ago.
I didn't send it to you directly. I knew that damn cat was probably still getting you into trouble, even to this day. Srathra seemed the likely solution, and through the channels I'd heard, he'd made Wayrest his port of late.
Now, he's moved from the throne seekers of the old empire to the lesser lords of High Rock, still playing them to his benefit, raking in the gold on all fronts.
I thought that Septim had solidified the Britons.
As much as the witchmen will, but there is still a lot of money to be made in the drawing of borders before the provincial laws dry completely. Mercenaries are in great demand right now, as are fixers like our cat friend.
Does he still stink so?
To hear.
I think I will go see him when I leave. It's been too long.
How do you mean worse? What more do you know about Azara?
Nothing more than my letter is described. That she is gone and no one knows where. Just a bad feeling that's grown worse with the wait. The governor has not been merciful with the crowns that survived the battle. I hear his dragon's belly is full of the overloud, and that many died later in the burning of the old quarter.
What happened to the old quarter?
The crowns fled ashore there after the battle. It was their last stand. The governor sent his dragon, and it was done.
Was Azara there?
That section of town is closed off. No one I've talked to knows if she was there or not.
Where's the dragon now?
It's disappeared too. Some say it has returned to the imperial province. Others say the governor keeps it well paid and fed in the catacombs below the palace.
Is there another way into the catacombs?
There is the traditional way.
Imagine that I laughed. A secret entrance, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
Who in this town knew of Azara?
I did not question many for fear of ill allegiance. So I went to the temple to ask of her. For the brothers of RK are neutral in mortal affairs. There, Brother Niddle told me that Azara had vanished and set me on the road of writing you. Also, Dreekius here knew that she was missing too.
What can you tell me about Azara?
She frequented this establishment much before the battle in Hunding Bay. Less after, of course.
Of course?
She was a fervent one, your nestling, who hated the Empire not in hushed tones. After the occupation, she disappeared for a while.
She disappeared 3 months ago.
No, I'm talking about before that, right after the battle. Many crowns had scattered in the wake then, hiding where they could. I didn't see her for several days following. But then she showed up, needing a drink and rambling, tense on some decision.
What then?
The Imperials came and I let her out through the back. I haven't seen her since.
So the priests are still safe from being conquered?
Be that as it may, the temple is quite empty of priests, save for Brother Niddle. It seems some of their ranks have disappeared also.
I'm noticing a theme. Where did you hear that?
Niddle told me Brother Catral vanished around the same time as your sister, and that they knew each other.
So I can count Brother Niddle as an ally then?
On my word, he was most helpful, but he seemed to be holding something back.
I wouldn't consider paranoia a bad character trait in Stros Mackay these days. Besides, you're so ugly.
That was it. He may open up to you more, being Azara's brother and half as hard to look at.
Tell me about the temple.
The head priest, a Brother Niddle, was very helpful in regards to Azara. He seemed to know her well, and shared my concern over her disappearance. He is worth an interview.
I think I saw it across the plaza. What is the Restless League, Captain?
Where did you hear that name?
They attacked the ship that gave me passage.
Speak of it but in a whisper, and not too often. The governor is searching the surrounding waters for them, and will see them broken and piked if he has his way. The League has survived the death of the Crown Prince and resists his enemies still. But they are few, and going fewer from what I hear, and have been reduced to brigandry these days. Not far from the lives we led not too long ago, eh?
Bold are these brigands, the Restless League, to attack a ship in the very harbor.
They must be running low on provisions to act so desperately. They have been ghosts of late, and this appearance is their first since I've been here.
How do you know about them then?
They ran the Iliac before the war. Our lanes have crossed.
But after the occupation, they've stayed relatively scarce?
Yes, which is why their attack on you is so troubling. No one knew of your impending arrival?
Nobody but Seraphra. Would it matter?
I'm not sure.
We were never brigands when I served under you, Captain. Only mercenaries.
Tell that to those on the other end of the sword, lad. You see more of yourself in the men of the Restless League than you'd care to admit, I'd wager.
They're knaves with their eyes on Providence, nothing more. My sword's never been dressed for diplomacy. Give me gold for a throat, the throat for a slight, and I'm well. Give me a well-paying war.
War is the continuation of politics. That's it, right?
You quote Hunding like a Redguard, Tobias.
Political power grows along the blade of a sword.
Okay.
A drink to the Redguards. I see you still remember your childhood heroes, even if you've dismissed the homeland.
Hunding is a universal wellspring.
Be resolute, fear no sacrifice, and surmount every difficulty to win victory.
See? Anyone could admire that.
Tell me that your Redguard heart didn't buckle when you saw his statue at port.
Frandar Hunding is a great hero to Hammerfell, I'll admit, and even a little to myself. Hail the great founder and all that nonsense. But it's an ill plan to try and trigger the homeland tug through the invocation of Hunding, Tobias.
Really?
Don't forget he left his homeland too, and never looked back.
That's because it fell into the sea, you dolt.
What brought you to Stros Mackay?
War and the rumors of war. Every merchant that's near and seaworthy has come to Stros Mackay in the wake of recent events. Either in the service of the provisional governor or to fill the sea lines that Septim has shattered, and that the crowns can run no more. I thought I might profit from a visit, but it has brought naught but sorrow and the sign of darker days. I fear I shall be leaving none too soon.
Since when were you a merchant, Tobias?
The fight left me after our little foray into Morrowind. It's been sweet commerce ever since.
You are leaving, Captain? When and wherefore?
At sunset, if all goes well, and as for where, whither I will. Stros Mackay is not for me.
But I thought you might help me.
The Imperials have been asking about yours truly around the docks lately. I fear my inquiries into Izara's disappearance have interested them in all the wrong ways. I will help you as I can through the course of this day, but after that I must be done with it. I'm too old for an Imperial prison.
It won't come to that.
You haven't been here long enough. My ship is ready to leave at sundown, but don't worry. I'll be here until then to help you along if you need it. A lot can transpire in a day. We will see each other again.
I've not returned to Morrowind since then.
Who'd want to? All that ash and fire. Those dark elves can keep their curse.
Don't forget the bugs.
Which reminds me, Governor Richten has a little sting of his own from those parts. His lieutenant is a dark elf. Watch out for that one. Always close by the governor, hiding in his shadow.
Which means he's got plenty of room to maneuver.
I'd welcome another chance at the Dark Elves. I've still got scars.
Watch yourself.
Is it safe to talk here?
As safe as any, and the ale is good. Drekius can be trusted as much as any walking lizard can be. It might get a little rough with all the forebears around, but I'll be here until I leave Stros Mackay.
The barkeep is a long way from Black Marsh, isn't he?
That's right, and it's kept me good company in my wait for you. Trust it well after I leave, for it knows this island and all who live here. But don't bother asking about the Eye, because I already have.
Drekius knows of the Eye of Argonia?
It's got the skin for it, wouldn't you say? I'll find the thing yet, and before you, if I get my way.
Another soft skin with dreams of the priceless king's jewel of ancient Black Marsh. You look this sort too, all sword and swagger. Tobias, he describes you well.
Aye, but Cyrus here must save that adventure for another day. He's got a sister to find. I've told him that you will help him after I depart, lizard. So mark me well.
Whatever you say.
Do you think Azara chose sides in the Civil War, and that is why she has disappeared?
Your family has always been partisan, lad, since your early days in Sentinel. I ventured she still held her old allegiances, even if you haven't. Few crowns in Stros Mackay survived the battle with the Imperials, but I know Azara was one of them.
How?
Hearing of the defeat of the crowns caused me much concern. When I arrived, I searched for word of Azara's safety. The only ones here who knew of her said that she had disappeared shortly after the Imperials landed.
I see the harbor is already arrayed in the flags of the Emperor, and that his men walk the streets as if born to them.
Stros Mackay's a dangerous port these days. There's an empire to be built, you know, and Titus Septim shows no sign of slowing its increase from here to the edge of the world map. High Rock's border kings bent knee to the Cyrodiil long ago. Even my father's fair Skyrim is adorned with flags of red dragons and foreign men. We are entering a new era, I fear, with Septim's name written long and wide upon it.
Any kind words for our new emperor?
He is good at what he does, and sees the holes lesser men leave wide. No offense to your Prince Ator, of course.
Hammerfell's problems are her own. I was only asking if Septim was the tyrant they say.
Of course he is. Tyranny means never having to say you're sorry. But Izara's fate has nothing to do with the Emperor, I'm sure. Look to the provisional governor if you suspect Imperial entanglements. He's the real tyrant around here. How long were you in Wayrest, Cyrus?
Long enough to piss off the locals.
A bay ride from Sentinel. Close enough for you to hear about Prince Ator, then.
Yes, of late the criers are tripping over each other. There's so much to report of the blistery south.
And you've listened to it all, I'm sure.
Fine, recount all word of Prince Sator that I have shamefully ignored.
When his father died and the capital of Sentinel was taken over by the forebears, the prince fled back here to his ancestral home of Stros Mackay. After rallying the crowns to his stead, he made for the throne again and had it near. That's when the Empire came. Through a forebear truce which no one expected, again the prince was forced back to Stros Mackay, which he died defending. He will not long be forgotten. Lizard, another drink?
What were the terms of the forebear truce?
Originally, the Empire was to lend its armies to the forebear cause in return for a swath of holding titles along the southeast border. But when Baron Volag disappeared during the arse end of the war, all bets were off. A new treaty was formed, which garrisoned those imperial armies in the cities.
Until such a time as the native rulership can see fit to reinstate itself safely on its rightful throne.
Something like that, yes, sir. Septim's no Cyrodiil from what I've heard, though he rules their remnants and rebuilds their empire. He's something worse, or greater, depending on your disposition to the center, son.
If he has no blood tie to the Cyrodiil throne, then how did he make it his?
Come on! For the last 400 years, the petty kings of Cyrodiil have been squabbling over the title of Emperor, all claiming forebearance. Imperial throne's blood's thinner than a sea dream and half as wet. Titus Septim took the throne as he took your people's.
Hail the new conqueror.
There's a good little subject.
You used to hire out to those petty kings, did you not?
20 years ago, maybe, when the whole heart of Tamriel was in chaos. I can admire Titus Septim insofar that he has managed to consolidate the rags and tatters that bickered there then.
No empire is a good thing, Captain.
There's a Redguard for you.
So the Nord kings have submitted to Titus Septim too.
They do not worry over much. They have outlasted empires before, and this conquest will be no different. Hammerfell has been the bloodiest invasion of current record, and by comparison, Skyrim's occupation seemed like a ballet.
Do you know if Azara fought in the Battle of Stros Mackay?
My investigations were limited, I'll admit. If she fought, I can't say. But I would guess that she did. The battle was the penultra of the crowns, and all who subscribed to the name no doubt took up arms. While most of them were slain at sea, others have been taken prisoner by the governor.
Tell me about the provisional governor, Captain.
When I arrived, his soldiers showed me the finer points of Richton's new docking tax and scoured my ship for leaguesmen. I must say he's a bit of an asshole. You'd better watch yourself around him.
So why aren't you in jail?
Meaning why aren't said soldiers in little boxes at the foot of the palace gate? Because I didn't come to port to get myself in trouble, but to get your sister out.
Should I look into seeing this governor then?
That's where I'd look, laddie.
Could she be in jail?
I haven't exactly knocked on the door to find out. That's your job now. But I know the jail's off limits to non-Imperials. Now, read no visitors whatsoever.
We'll see about that. Imperial expansion has been feared for years. Why wasn't Hammerfell better prepared?
Factional squabbles, divided councils, miscalculations. Crowns lost heart when they lost the capital. Forebears lost their heads completely when they welcomed the Empire's friendship and aid.
So the Empire played the forebears pretty well, eh?
What else is a visionary with an open invitation to do? The forebears are having futile second thoughts now, no doubt. Probably why they're so bitter and driven to bar brawls.
What of the crowns?
Not too many left around here. The few that are don't admit it to just anyone. Talk to Siona, a friend of mine. You may have seen her down by the docks. Tell her I sent you, so she'll know you're no Imperial stoolie. She may be able to help you.
How have the forebears fared under Septim's rule?
The throne of Sentinel is kept warm by another Imperial governor. That should be indication enough.
How is the city of Sentinel? I never returned.
For long my men plied the Iliac, and Sentinel was along the run. That's how I came to know that Izara moved from there to here. I kept up with her for your sake. If even it were a dream to think anything would come of it. When Volag's purge ignited through the north, I went there seeking to help her. But she was already gone. Later, I learned she'd come to Stros Mackay.
What was Volag's purge?
When Thasad died, Baron Volag led the forebears into an uprising for control of the capital. All crowns were forced to leave Sentinel after that first massacre. Your sister was among those that followed the prince here to Stros Mackay to plan the counterattack. I swear, Cyrus, are you always such a lame brain when it comes to word of recent Hammerfell?
I've come to cultivate a certain indifference about the homeland.
And this is a good thing?
So his character is in question. Again.
She was your sister, Cyrus.
I was probably miles away.
A proximity often and on purpose, I'd suspect. Yeah, well, you're here now.
Thasad II, so storied in song, it was unwise to invest the Republic on one man.
The forebears are over there, Cyrus, if you want the company to match the sentiment.
No, it's just... I mean, he was dying when I was still a young kid. We Redguards were only waiting for it to happen. My father kept his profession in one hand and a whetstone in the other. We knew that civil war would come. If Thasad was so great, why didn't he do more in his life to protect the kingdom after his death?
Some things have to be left for the son.
The head of the forebears is a subject of the Empire now.
Or subject to the Empire's execution, from spake of it. He disappeared the day Stros Mackay was taken, and Sentinel lay in a similar state. Provisional governors rule both cities now.
I'll be back. If you're not here, thanks for everything. And good luck.
Just find your sister and get out of here. And send word through Srathra. Go on, you'll do fine.
Barkeep, well met. I'm Cyrus.
I know. I had Tobias made out a fool to believe you'd come.
Why?
I'm the one that smuggled his letter out for him. The Empire's been watching all shipments from this port. I figured our chances were slim.
Many thanks, then.
Welcome to the Dragon Tail, by the way, thesis-bound subsistence of mine, where there is good ear and ale co-equal. What can I do for you?
A drink might be nice. I'll use your ears later, maybe.
Ever ready to listen, soft skin? Let adventure thine be mine. I'll share what thoughts I can.
What can you tell me about Izara?
The Imperials came, and I let her out through the window. I haven't seen her since.
The occupation, it seems, is taking long to consolidate, with the League about and the Imperials still hunting for wayward crowns.
Hammerfell's the defiant line of the human race still. They say some still fight the Empire on the mainland.
Is thus the Empire delayed in further expansion?
The whole wild world, the elf kingdoms and the beastlands, waits to see what finally happens here in the last land of men. A word of advice: beware the dragon tribe of the Emperor. The warrior king Titus Septim does not tolerate rebellion. And Governor Richten has promised summary execution to any who take arms to oppose his rule.
Wouldn't dream of it, unless he's responsible for my sister's disappearance.
Even if he were responsible, perhaps it would be wise to proceed cautiously.
Cautiously, eh? If only I knew how to do that. You said the Imperials came here looking for Azara the last night you saw her.
Not specifically for Azara. The Imperials had a list of dissidents they sought. Her name was there, with names of many other crowns. Since that time, I see only forebears here.
The forebears seem to enjoy your place.
The Imperial liquor tax has forced me to serve everyone, even the city's ancestral villains.
Tell me about the crowns.
Their fire is gone since the prince was lost. Few show their faces in Strosmachai. Some have passed to the mainland. Some few plot and scheme still, nursing fading dreams.
What do you think of the Restless League?
A human tribe of ill account, but whose single-mindedness is something I can fathom. Their raids upset my smuggling operations, and off thus my fair nature. Valenwood wine's hard to come by, you see, but over that, I have nothing worse to say.
You sympathize with the League, then?
Oh no, I merely noted their clannish drives, which any Argonian might admire. Being used, as we are, to honor the clan's interests about our own private affairs.
How then does an Argonian manage to leave his tribe to wander Tamriel?
You refer to me? I do not wander, Redguard. This is a settled study for me, from which I'll add to the wealth of wisdoms when I return to my clan.
I myself was a victim of these raids.
More obstacle, I'd suspect, than victim. The raids had ended, it seemed, but your mischance may be token of renewed troubles the sailors speak of. The League is marshalling anew its forces, or so the rumor goes.
Some second battle of Strosmachai?
True, it sounds unlikely, but they are dagger lads, the Restless League, and they vow to make war again.
How have the denizens of Black Marsh resisted the Empire so long?
1,000 miles of swamp, bog, and stink aren't attractive to most humans. And terror of the Kanatan flu still holds most at bay, but our days of testing will come.
What's your subject of study?
The other, of course, those ones not skinned in scale. We see that Septim's tribes will not be long satisfied with the thrones of men and the elder race. One day they will come to Black Marsh. Argonians have lost land once before, when we did not know our enemy.
I see, and what better place to learn the wants of men than at the bar?
There are other places, universities, the military, the magical guild, but I aim to chart man's geography of desire, which is most readily charted when he is drunk and blathering. Is this your first visit to Strasmachai, Cyrus?
Aye, but the occupation makes it seem less so. With the imperial standards aloft at port, it seems like any other vassal town of Cyrodiil.
But for the unrest of like blood?
The only blood I care about is my sister's. As far as I'm concerned, new kingless Hammerfell has gone its way.
Your apathy is decidedly reptilian.
I don't know how to take that coming from you. What are you talking about?
This tavern, of course, both site and subsidy of my studies, as well as a fine storehouse of spirits.
I'd better keep moving. Can we talk later?
Anytime, anytime.
Excuse me.
Hey, looky, Dagu. A crown's come out of hiding.
That's so, hey, Crown. Be good and bring us another round, eh?
I hear you crowns think you're real brave dagger lads. Want to test yourself against a real swordsman?
I'm sick of chit-chat, little Crown boy. Pull that blade out if you know how, or leave me alone.
Sorry to trouble you. Hello, brother. I'm Cyrus, recent to this shore.
Brother Niddle, good son. Welcome to the Temple of Arcade.
My sister Izara has been missing for near 3 months. Perhaps you have heard of her?
I knew her well, actually. But she never mentioned having a brother. She was a fiery sort, as I'm sure you know, and her Redguard blood did not fare well under Imperial rule. She is not the only nationalist who has disappeared since the governor claimed the city. There have been others.
What others have disappeared?
Brother Kithral, my initiate and good friend, for one. He was an outspoken man and a Crown sympathizer. He was enamored of your sister, I must say, and took to her Crown propaganda readily. Are you a follower of RK, Cyrus?
Me? No. Well, not in the worshipper sense.
In what sense, then?
I'm not that wayward, brother. I do believe in the gods and in their, importance to man and, all that.
And RK's importance would be...
I'm usually the one who asks all the questions, Brother Niddle.
Humor an old man.
RK, then, the shepherd of the soul who watches us through our lives and our deaths and guides us between them in the heavenly interim.
May he watch over you.
Is there anything you can tell me about the Restless League, brother?
I know very little about their activities, Cyrus. The common stories, sure, but not much more.
I know even less of the League than you, brother. The common stories included.
Then know that they are ruffians and cutthroats who would like nothing more than carve their symbol upon the Emperor's eyes for daring to set them on Hammerfell. And know they secretly served the prince against the forebears during the Civil War to help Ator win back Sentinel.
What is the League's symbol?
The red R, for restless as they ever are. Trust me, you will see it if you stay in Strasmachai for long, invariably written in Imperial blood.
Sentinel, the capital city.
From whence Ator was forced to flee soon after his father died. Aye, but the crowns gathered here at Strasmachai and charged northwards to take their throne city back. But by then, the Imperial bargain had been struck.
How is Strasmachai these days, Brother Niddle?
You should be able to see it just from the faces on the streets, my boy. But then again, there aren't that many faces out there anymore. Things have become quiet since the occupation.
I have seen the Empire expanding into all of Tamriel in my travels. Why is the occupation of Strasmachai full of more bloodshed than most?
You have only your Redguard blood to answer that, my boy. When has Hammerfell ever suffered foreign rule? The Civil War was bloody, to be sure, but when the forebears allied with the Empire, the crowns felt they had been betrayed by their own kind. They were prepared to fight to the last man, and the Empire sent Admiral Richten to make sure they did.
Tell me of the forebears.
Living in Stros Mackay, you only get the crown definition, of course. That the forebears were the pretenders to the throne, that they betrayed the Republic, and that Hammerfell has been cursed by their cowardice.
Azara was a crown, I know that. As a crown, what would be her fate?
I fear, sadly, that the crown's days are ended. The forebears' alliance with Emperor Septim made sure of that.
What else do you know about Richten?
That you should stay away from him, my boy. He will not care if you are a crown or not, should he find out that you are Azara's brother. However, you are probably safe in the city for the time being, as he never leaves the palace, it seems.
I escaped Hammerfell just before the Civil War and without regret. That is probably why Azara never mentioned me to you. Well, it was through a mutual friend that I learned of her disappearance.
The war cost this city much, Cyrus. Though an outsider may not see it, the crowns are gone now, and only the League remains as their testament.
The temple seems very empty, Brother Niddle. Are you its only priest?
We have ever been understaffed. It was horrible right after the battle. All the dead and dying. But luckily, I had Brother Kithral to help me tend to them. Since he is gone now, I must carry on alone.
What can you tell me about the governor?
That he is a hard man. Richten threatened to raise the temple when I refused to hand over the wounded of Prince Ator, who had survived the battle. I assured him that even his emperor could not defy divine law. Nevertheless, the wounded under my care were healed only to be thrown into the catacombs thereafter.
What of Prince Ator?
He was lost at sea, my boy. That is all I know. And that it was rumored that Azara knew him personally.
So my sister knew the prince then?
Leave that alone, boy. That was but a rumor.
Did my sister fight in the Battle of Stros Mackay?
No, she was never part of the military. She could have been, though. She was good with a sword, I hear.
What is the divine law?
Richten wanted to rescind the crown's right to sanctuary while they were wounded, or to desecrate the bodies of the enemy dead before I gave them their last rites.
So Ator's men are in the catacombs then?
Either that, or they are fruit for the necromancer. It is somehow appropriate that Richten deals with that nefarious slug.
What happened to the bodies of Ator's men after their last rites?
Food for the dragon, more than likely. But at least their souls are safe from the necromancer.
The Imperials have a dragon?
Its name is Nafal-Elagus, and it lives in the catacombs, or so I have heard. It has not been seen in the skies since the battle, so maybe Richten is lying about it still being around.
What about this necromancer?
Nagasta has been here long, manifest in Thassad's good rule. Ator had kept his wretchedness at bay, but now, with the prince gone, he has cursed the land.
How has Nagasta cursed the land?
The very soil of Stros Mackay is cursed. Nagasta has become very powerful and has weaved a soul snare across the island. Any who die must quickly have their last rites performed before their souls become his to claim.
Do you know anyone that Azara may have kept company with, vanished nationalist or otherwise?
Like I said, I knew her well, and she spoke often to Brother Kithral, my former initiate, but he, too, has disappeared. She was a devout Archaean, Izara. I once almost convinced her to join the temple, but that was before she... well...
Before she what, Brother Niddle?
Well, man, before she vanished.
I trust that you will seek me out if you hear anything more of my sister.
I will be honest, Cyrus. She is either dead or worse. For I know she would not have left Stros Makai even after Ator's defeat. Rikton had a list of rebels when he took the throne, and Isara's name was undoubtedly upon it.
When did you last see Kithral?
I sent him to the park for fresh mandrake root, and that is probably where Rikton's men were waiting. Kithral was against the Imperial expansion from the start, though I reminded him that Archay frowns on more secular interests. This warning Kithral obviously did not take to heart.
Can you heal me, Brother Niddle?
Please forgive the formalities, but the governor has levied a temple tax of 25 gold for any magical services rendered, healing or otherwise. Will you pay the tax?
Forget it.
I am truly sorry, but I cannot help you then.
Why the temple tax?
Just another of Rikton's rules, my boy, along with several other solutions to the burden of empire.
I need you to tend to my wounds.
I must...
Until later, Brother Niddle.
Goodbye, my son.
Hello.
Hello, stranger. Welcome to the Mages Guild of Stros Makai, fully chartered since 638 CE. I'm the resident shopkeeper hereabouts. Feel free to look around, but remember, everything is guild property. If there's anything you'd like to buy, just let me know.
I'm looking for a young woman named Izara.
The name is not familiar, sir. Might she have been a member of the guild?
I doubt it, but she may have been.
My apprenticeship here has lasted several years, and I haven't met any member named Izara yet, but who knows? Many members of the Upper Cabal are of the secretive sort.
Do you know anything about the Restless League?
I'm afraid not. The Mages Guild tries to stay out of the lesser politics.
What kind of town is Stros Makai?
I'm too busy studying to pay it much mind. Plus, with the Empire here, the streets feel kind of dangerous.
So you never leave the guild?
If you want to know the truth, wide open spaces kind of make me nervous. Many wood elves are like that, you know.
They miss the canopy of the Valenwood trees.
Our second sky, the middle green. Let's just say I don't wander around in Stros Makai enough to know that much about it.
How old is the Mages Guild?
This one? Or the institution itself? This one is fairly new, 200 years and a fourth more. Modern magics came late to Hammerfell.
Redguards have strong traditions.
But even they took finally to the notion of a more controlled and conscious auspice for magic. The Mages Guild was a reaction to that mass hedgery of old when magic was wild and unbalanced.
How very modern for an elf.
When you're a student, you embrace the institutional line if you want to graduate.
How long do you have to be an apprentice, Ms.
Felicia, and it's been way too long. I think the guild has a prejudice against elves based on the fact that we live so long. And have the potential of reaching heights no human wizard could ever dream for, unless he goes the rotting way, which so many do. But I guess I'm just being bitter. One day I'll make Archmage, and maybe none too soon, considering there's an opening now.
Who is the Archmage?
Human named Jagenveer, a real hard case. Doesn't really have enough secrets to be Archmage. But the last one was killed at the Battle of Stros Makai, so there was a vacuum to fill.
Do you think Jagenveer knows anything about Izara?
Wouldn't tell you if he did. He doesn't talk to mundane, and he's too busy studying for the battle spire to be seen lately.
What's the battle spire?
A war college set up by the Empire to test its battle mages. An elite mages guild, really. Archmage Jackenfear's got his sights on the battle spire recently, though why anybody would want to hang out with those losers is beyond me.
What happened to the last Archmage?
Oh, as Redguard blood got the better of him, he died in the Battle of Strozmakai, fighting alongside the prince.
The Mages Guild helped the Crowns in the battle?
Not the Mages Guild, just former Archmage Roa. He was a nationalist as well as a guild member and couldn't help himself. Got killed for mundane politics.
Maybe I could speak to somebody in the upper cabal.
Sure, you'll be right after me. As soon as you get 10 years of apprenticeship under your belt and can cast an alter reality spell. The new Archmage Jackenfear, he doesn't talk to nobody. And we make everybody else in the guild do likewise, except for me, since I run the shop.
Has the Empire interfered with the Mages Guild yet?
Of that I am not at liberty to say. Let's just say Archmage Jackenfear is trying to stay on their good side. He's got his greedy eyes on the battle spire.
What's for sale?
Magical potions of all sorts.
What potions do you have?
Healing potions, strength potions, and potions of iron skin.
Thanks for your help.
The name's Felicia. I'll be here.
Thanks, Felicia.
Thanks yourself.
Hail, Desert Walker. I am Cyrus.
Jafar is at your service.
My sister Izara is missing. Do you know her?
An all too common tale in this city. Jafar regrets that he cannot count your sister among his friends.
Ever heard of a group called the Restless League?
Some say pirates, some say rebels. Jafar knows too little to judge. Rumor calls them secret allies of the late prince. Whether they survived the Crown's defeat, Jafar cannot say.
Strozmakai seems quiet, almost deserted. Has the Imperial occupation been so harsh?
Titus Septim has many clansmen of lesser repute than he. The city of the Redguard suffers under one of the least of these, Provisional Governor Richten.
Titus Septim's reputation seems to depend on who you ask.
True, and the Redguards have long memories, as the statue in the harbor attests. History loves an empire builder, though. Jafar cannot yet say who will write Septim's epitaph.
Is there any way to gain an audience with the governor?
Proclaiming yourself a crown might work, but more likely will lead to a speedy death. Few besides forebears have access to the palace.
There must be some other way into the palace.
An interesting architectural puzzle. The present structure dates to the early Common Era. A harmonious design. That is until our esteemed governor began his renovations. The foundations are much older, connected to a maze of catacombs which may predate the arrival of Redguards in Hammerfell.
How do I get into the catacombs?
That honor is now reserved for crowns, who must find it a pleasant place, for none has ever returned.
The forebears run Strozmakai now?
Redguard politics largely escape me. The forebears allied with the Empire to win the throne, yet who sits on the high seat of Sentinel? Not Baron Volag, strangely absent from public view since his victory.
Do you think Richten dared murder the forebears' leader?
A strange reward for your chief ally, Jafar agrees.
and no mention of murder passed Jaffar's lips. Still, there is no king in Hammerfell.
Is it so dangerous to be a crown these days?
Jaffar's interests lie more in the past than with the current upheavals. But even Jaffar can see that the city has been cleansed of dissidents. Yet soldiers continue to scour the island. To what end?
Do you have any idea what the Imperials are looking for?
Jaffar sent 4 copies of Dwarven lore to the palace last week. It may be no coincidence that Stros Makai, with the largest dwarven ruins in the Windward Lands, has received particular attention from the mighty Titus Septim's clansmen.
Windward Lands? I'm not familiar with that term.
My apologies. Jaffar almost forgot he spoke to the unclawed. The coastlands of Tamriel, to the northwest of our desert homeland. Mighty Titus Septim bids fair to become clan mother to them all, Hammerfell included.
I was surprised to see Hunding's statue still standing, national treasure or not.
Doubtless, our esteemed governor has reasons aside from Redguard's sentiment. Lord Rickton has shown indifference to such niceties in other matters. Witness the fate of the Old Quarter.
The Old Quarter? What happened there?
In his excessive zeal to root out his clan's enemies, Rickton put it to the torch. A silent history of Hammerfell, wrought in stone and wood, now ashes. The Redguards speak of dragon fire in the night, but Jaffar remained indoors, and so saw nothing.
Do you mean a dragon was here on Stros Makai?
Was, is. Jaffar hears much, but knows little.
Dwarven ruins. I'm intrigued.
As well you should be. An amazing sight, full of the inexplicable work of that vanished people. No longer open for visitors. However, the Imperials have sealed the ancient gates for reasons known only to our honorable governor.
Peace, Desert Walker. I must go. Hi, Cyrus. And you are?
Lakeem, you're a no here, aren't you?
And what does Stros Makai hold for you?
I'm what everyone likes to refer to as Mr. Fix-It. I'm cursed by it, actually. Oh, and by the way, if you see a man named Triffic, tell him I'll get to his boat when I have time.
If I see the fellow, I'll tell him.
And as for what keeps me in Stros Makai with the Empire and Rickton and all, well, I've lived here a long time, got friends and roots here. And Stros Makai has deep roots, ancient history. Hey, there's the real mystery.
You know anything about a woman named Azara?
Izara. Name sounds familiar, but I can't say that I do.
What do you know about the Restless League?
Nothing. Who said that I did?
What's wrong with Trithic's boat?
Not sure, really. I think he's had some vandals at night.
The real mystery? I've heard too many already.
The ruins. In the mountain. Dwarves, sailor, long dead. An ancient technological treasure trove. Empires searching the world for such knowledge. They may have found it here.
What does the Empire hope to find there?
Power? Before you know it, we'll have steam-driven carriages and flying machines. Whole Empire's interested in them dwarves for some reason. Sure. Prince of Tor, Arcade, bless his soul, might have said they were dangerous and we should leave dead civilizations be, but hell, man, there's progress to be made.
Flying machines, are you okay?
You just wait. Those dwarves made up for their lack of magic another way. Magic is the crutch of the world. Why build a better bridge when a mage can teleport you to the other side? Things have been the same for thousands of years, and it's gonna end soon.
Steam-driven carriages, huh?
That's right. Dwarves knew how to use the steam. You may laugh, but it's a powerful force, and Richton's got his boys looking at it right now. Empire may have what they need to conquer all of Tamriel sooner than you think.
We'll talk later. Good day. I'm Cyrus.
Aren't too many youngsters around these days, especially not as well-spoken as you. I'm Maiko, the local cartographer. Can I help you?
What are people talking about around town these days?
Damning the governor's eyes, mainly. I try not to get involved in all those troubles. I've seen more than enough suffering in my life. I just want to spend my last days working with my maps.
I wonder if you've heard of this Restless League.
The alliance between Daggerfall, Wayrest, and Balthiera against the Cyrodiils during the First Era? No, that was the League of Unrest. No, sorry, I'm just not familiar with it.
Do you know a young woman named Izara?
I'm afraid not. I don't know too many of the youngsters around town these days. You see, I prefer to spend my time with my maps.
Is life under the Imperial Governor so harsh?
I said I didn't want to speak of such things.
What do your maps tell you?
Maps are like people. Did you know that, Cyrus? There are good maps, bad maps, indifferent maps. You shouldn't trust most maps. They'll lead you astray if you give them a chance. An honest map is rarer than a true friend. Remember that, young sir.
Do you have any maps for sale?
Sorry, I don't sell retail. Contract work only. But perhaps I can make a map for you?
I could use a map of the island.
I used to make those, but I can't compete with the big Hammerfell cartography houses. Hire beggars and street urchins to copy off a master map. You've probably seen their cheap city maps around. Nothing like a good hand-drawn map. But people don't seem to care about craftsmanship anymore.
We'll talk later.
Well?
Greetings, my lady. I am Cyrus.
A sentinel accent, isn't it? I am Chrysandra, silversmith of Stros Mackay. Pleased to meet you.
Are you from Sentinel originally?
Yes, I owned a shop there for 6 years, on Market Street. Perhaps you know it. Sentinel is overcrowded these days, and when I heard of a business for sale here, I decided to take the chance. So far, I haven't had too much trouble from the locals.
Why would the local people give you trouble?
Forebears aren't exactly popular around here, you know. I've never been much involved in politics, but I always supported the Forebear cause. Before the war, all that didn't matter. I had many friends who were crowns, but things are different now.
You're new here, then?
Arrived only 2 months ago. I'm still trying to get things sorted out. The former owner must not have cleaned this place for 20 years. There was so much junk piled up. I tossed most of it in my warehouse next door just to get it out of the way.
The old silversmith. He left because of the war?
He died, actually. I bought the shop from his estate. I guess there was some kind of incident in the old quarter where the most fanatical crowns lived.
I'm looking for my sister, Izara. Do you know her?
I'm afraid not. I have few friends here as yet. I'm hoping that as time passes, things will get back to normal, but the war is still too fresh for people here to forget that I'm a forebear.
How has Stros Mackay fared under Imperial occupation?
It's suffered greatly. The incident in the old quarter seems to have left the city in shock. The crowns lost the war, after all. You can't expect them to get over that in a few months.
What can you tell me about the Restless League?
I know I sound just like every other forebear, but they were nothing more than pirates, using the Civil War as cover for their crimes. They were a black mark on the Crown's cause from the beginning. The destruction of the League is one of the few good things to come from the Empire's victory.
You call it the Empire's victory. What of the forebears?
Please, I'm not one of the forebear fanatics. Anyone can see that Baron Volog was used, then cast aside by the Empire. He hoped to be king of Hammerfell, but who has seen him since his supposed victory?
So the League has been wiped out?
As far as I can tell, they haven't been seen in Stros Mackay in weeks. Their last hurrah was blowing up the governor's flagship, a pointless gesture which only spurred Reichton to finish cleaning out their organization from the city.
What do you know of the new provisional governor, Rickton?
Ruthless to a fault. Served him well during the war, but not a trait guaranteed to win loyalty in a new province. I wonder how much Titus Septim knows of what Rickton is up to here in Hammerfell.
Titus Septim, the colossus of our generation, Tamriel's new self-proclaimed emperor. What's your take?
The Empire's expansion has proceeded according to the merits of the Emperor's servants. By all accounts, Septim's governor in High Rock has ended the feuding of the Witch Kings there with tact and skill. The Emperor's representative here in Stros Makai is not of the same caliber, and the Emperor is viewed dimly as a result.
You disagree with Baron Volag's decision to ally the forebears with the Empire?
A gamble that he lost. As a forebear, I supported Volag's claim to the throne of Hammerfell. I never supposed he was infallible. But the war's over now, and the only thing to do is make the best of the new situation. A philosophy more crowns should embrace, if you ask me.
I admire your courage. A forebear in the crown capital.
When I first arrived, the Restless League made a few threats, but the Empire seems to have them under control now. Forebear and crown, that's all in the past anyway. Hammerfell is part of the Empire now. At least we finally can stop killing each other.
Do you know what happened?
It was before I arrived. The people here tell some pretty fantastic stories. As near as I can figure, the crowns burned their houses down around their heads rather than surrender after the Imperials took the city. Some would call that admirable, but I think the Redguards put too much stock in zealotry.
I haven't been back to Sentinel since before the war. How did it fare?
Better than Stros Makai. Before I came here, I thought the stories I'd heard were just crown propaganda. The crowns recaptured Sentinel just before the Empire intervened, but it was nothing like this. Stros Makai was the center of crown resistance, and I suppose the Empire is making an example of the city.
Excuse me. Perhaps we can speak later. Hello, shopkeeper. My name is Cyrus.
Pleased to meet you, my good fellow. Garak, your humble servant.
I wonder if you know my sister Izara.
Izara? Zara! A lovely name, by the way. I believe she may have been mixed up with those League pirates. Am I right?
What do you know about the Restless League?
A collection of the worst scum from the sewers of Stros Makai. Pirates who'd cut your throat as soon as look at you. I know your sister's name.
What did he say?
Ignore Orsine, good Cyrus. He's a half-wit. What were we talking about?
The League. How's business these days?
If it's not pirates stealing your cargo, it's Imperial taxes. I get by, though. All the ships heading for the Iliac Bay pass through here, so I get first crack at all their wares. As long as I can get that lazy Rolo to bring it up from the harbor. Lazy Rolo, fat Orsine!
That's what I'm trying to find out. She's been missing for 3 months. What do you know about them?
That bloodthirsty gang of villains. If your poor sister was connected with them, I'm afraid to speculate on what might have happened. Or pretty. They've been a plague on Stros Makai for years, although the cowards haven't dared show their faces since the Imperials arrived. Late Garrick knows more. Knows more.
The Empire crushed the Restless League?
I assume so. They haven't been seen around Stros Makai for months. The League pretended to be patriotic rebels after the Crown's defeat, but a few encounters with Imperial warships quieted them down right quick.
Please, if you know anything more about Azara.
Well, she came into my shop some time ago, looking for malachite. Don't stock it, of course, unusual request, but she was very insistent. Squawk! Sister plenty money, bright face. Izara offered me a tidy sum for the malachite, much more than it was worth. I said I could have some for her in 3 weeks, but she needed it right away. I'm afraid she may have tried the smuggler's den, dear me. Not a place to walk into with a purse full of gold.
Did Azara say why she needed malachite?
I'm sorry, no. Not much call for it anymore.
now that the alchemist shop is closed.
Bah! Old Brownish Crustfinger! Bah!
Smuggler's Den?
Yes, under the cartographer's shop. An open secret around town. I'm sure those smugglers are connected with the Restless League, selling Valenwood wine stolen from my own ships at double the price since they have no competition. I can't prove any of it, of course. I'm a pretty bird.
Malachite is used in alchemy.
I believe so. Old Vromish, the alchemist, used to order a pound or two from time to time. But he's been dead now these 7 years, and the Mages Guild gets their potions wholesale, so I haven't carried malachite since.
The Mages Guild sells potions?
Yes, they now have an official monopoly on magic of any kind. Archmage Boaz took advantage of his access to the prince at the expense of us small businessmen. Remains to be seen what the new imperial policy will be. Governor Rigton's too busy with his archaeological hobby to bother with a small matter like economic policy.
The governor is an archaeology buff?
He's crazy over anything Dwarven. The Dwarven ruins are full of soldiers looking for who knows what. Rigton better hope the Emperor never finds out how he's wasting his valuable troops.
Where are these Dwarven ruins?
Down on the south end of the island. You won't get in, though. Rigton's men have sealed the gates.
Thanks for the time, Garrick. Hello again. I'm searching for a young lady.
I know your sister's name.
Her dealings, I fear, were shady.
And rumors of her game.
My time is short.
I only rhyme.
Come, be a sport.
About half the time.
Of birds, you're most sublime.
Sir, I really can't explain.
Bye-bye, then.
Bye-bye, then.
May I trouble you for a moment, my lady?
Lady, you say? You must be new in town. Besides, Fiona would have remembered you.
Cyrus, at your service. Do you know a young lady named Azara? My sister, last seen over 3 months ago.
Azara, yes. I see the family resemblance. Can't say I know her, though. She was all caught up in them troubles we had when the young prince was killed.
What is news around Stros Mackay these days?
That it's best to keep your mouth shut or end up in the catacombs. Or worse.
Have you heard anything about a group called the Restless League?
They claim to fight the Empire, but they seem more interested in plunder from what I can tell. They make a point to target forebears, though, so I guess they aren't all bad.
My friend Tobias told me to look you up.
You know Tobias? One of my best customers, and I'm no lie. Any friend of Tobias is a friend of the owner. I'll be happy to help you out any way I can.
These catacombs, some kind of a dungeon?
That's where Fat Boy tosses any crowns he can catch, under the palace, where the dragon lives.
A dragon lives in these catacombs?
That's how Fat Boy beat the crowns. The Imperials, at least, think the dragon's still down there, laying about on the Royal Sea of coin.
We'll talk later. Be careful. Hello, sir. Sir, could I speak to you for a moment?
Who's there? What do you want?
My name is Cyrus. I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
Mind? Why would I mind? I'm Purnell, by the way. Ask away, my boy.
Do you know my sister? Izara.
Izara? And you're Cyrus, her brother? Of course. Probably look just like her, too. Who would have seen the family resemblance? But without my eyepiece, I'm afraid I can't get too good a look at you. You know, I haven't seen Azara around in quite some time.
Have you heard of a group called the Restless League? My ship was attacked by a couple of them on the way here.
That was you? I saw the whole thing through my telescope, you know. Not much of a battle, though. Ha! You really gave those ruffians what for. Wait a minute. Maybe the Restless League is after you, too. I wonder what Izara could have done to get them so riled up.
Two? Do you mean the Restless League is after my sister? Why didn't you say so before?
You never said she was missing, Cyrus. This was months ago anyway, and my memory ain't what it used to be. As I was saying, a couple of them boys came around asking about her, but not respectful like you. Gave me the hairy eyeball, trying to scare an old man. Don't believe anyone has the right to talk to me like that. No wonder they have such a bad reputation.
How does the city fare with the Imperials in charge?
I got nothing to tell that you can't hear from anyone in town. This was the heart of Crown resistance, but look at it now. When you lock up or murder every Crown or League supporter, you don't leave much.
What are you watching for up there?
Ships, Sonny. I'll let the town know when a merchant ship is coming into port. Reminds me of my seafaring days a bit, watching out from the crow's nest. But now I'm stuck with this job.
How come?
'Cause ships are about the only thing I can see. I lost my eyepiece around here somewhere, and the spyglass here's no right alternative.
What did these Restless League fellows want to know?
Just if I'd seen Azar, let them know if I ever did. Ha! Like I'd tell them anything after they come in here all threatening like. Seem to think she'd stolen something from them. If that's true, no wonder she's disappeared. Either they found her, or she's making sure they don't.
I thought the Restless League was outlawed. How would you contact them?
You'll find out soon enough. The smuggler's den is hooked up with the League somehow. Not directly, or they'd be out of business by now with Fat Boy on a rampage, but I'm sure they could still get in touch with the League.
Where is the smuggler's den?
Under Maiko's shop, but it ain't that simple. No one gets in without a password.
Do you know the password?
Afraid not, Cyrus.
What kind of reputation does the League have?
Terrorists, pirates, all that. No doubt about it. They ain't to be trifled with. Fat Boy found that out himself. But then the Empire don't like to be messed with either.
The League is fighting against the Imperial occupation?
They were. Not openly like the Crowns, but that's never been the League's way. Blowing up Richton's flagship more in their line. Watched it burn from right here. An amazing sight. But what did it accomplish? The Empire's still here, and I haven't heard hide nor hair of the League until today.
Fat Boy, who do you mean?
Right, you're new in town. Haven't yet been introduced to Governor Rickton.
So you can't see without your eyepiece?
I can see the galleons and spice traders just fine with this spyglass. But other than that, I mean, I can't very well walk around town holding a telescope up to my eye.
It might be kind of funny, though.
I'm laughing even as we speak. Could you maybe find it for me, lad? It's a strange kind of loneliness when the beginnings of your vision's at 100 yards.
I'll find it for you, Purnell. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thanks, Purnell. Hello, my name is Cyrus.
And mine is Trithic, lad.
Lakeen said your boat was damaged by vandals.
By the looks of it. Woke up one morning and the midboard was broken. Hope he gets to it soon.
It seems quiet here, especially for a port city. How fares Stros Makai under Imperial rule?
Defeat is read in every native face, my boy. The war cost the city much, including its voice. The crowns are no more, as kingless as Yokuda, lost now to song which no one will sing, lest Rickton hear. Overmuch. The governor is the reason Stros Makai is so quiet.
I have not heard mention of Yokuda since my childhood.
The first land where the Redguards came from in blessed Hunting's Day.
I saw the statue of Hunding on my way into port. I'm surprised Rickton hasn't leveled it yet.
He cannot or will not, for it keeps the goblins out of Stros Mackay, out and under it. Such is Frandar Hunding's grace that he blinds them still.
There are goblins under Stros Mackay?
And worse, but you needn't worry about them. They are doomed to the dirt, and bother the Redguard no more.
I fear that my sister's disappearance had something to do with the Civil War.
I read more than fear in your face, Redguard. Either retribution or redemption. Alas, sometimes they are the same. Neither can come without wounds.
I said nothing about redemption or...
Why else would you be here, in this narrative? In you...
How can the two be the same?
In their concern for blood. In blood as closure. I assure you, it will be spilt before you find your sister. A prayer may do you well.
Where should I pray?
At the Temple of Blessed Arcade. Brother Niddle presides there, and he knew most of the people in town. He may know something about your sister.
Where is the temple?
In the town square, shoreside from the pool.
Perhaps I should speak to this Richten then.
Spoken true, my boy. But I'd advise against it. The Imperials suffer no Redguards in the palace, unless you're forebear, and you walk on too few legs to be that.
What do the Imperials plan to do here?
Confusion often follows conquering. But if Septim does have a plan for Hammerfell, it hasn't been made clear. I suspect a greater plan than constant terror, for Richten has men all about the island, not just here in Stros Mackay.
So I can't get into the palace then?
Not unless you can produce something that Richten will desire.
Tell me of the forebears.
Throne defilers all, hosts to the invader, and Hunding's shame.
The ship that brought me here was beset upon by some rascals called the Restless League. What do you know about them?
They were the necessary cancer of a nation divided and at war, grown at the borders where the kingdom's skin is most contested by the foreign sword. Fearless men, whose names are all too often breathed in hate. Don't believe them too wrong, for even the prince had their ear.
What did the Imperials do to the prince?
A Tor was slain at sea, and there his body was lost, thankfully. Already the obligatory prophecy of his return has begun, spoken in hush, an ill surrogate for true hope this season. The Redguard should know better, be blind to desperate omen. Fasad's son has left us, wind swift and sadly, never to return.
So Ator had dealings with the Restless League then?
Never openly, for then even the Crown thought the League untrustworthy. Now they are Hammerfell's last hope. Ator's death sent them into hiding, and Dragonfire keeps them there.
How can you be thankful that Prince Ador's body was lost at sea?
Insofar that the seabed may claim him before the necromancer does, that is all. That his soul may rest easy from the snare surround.
Tell me about the necromancer.
A westward evil, a seat in the ash-gray shoals, on parade now that the Empire's here, lad. So don't die.
What is the snare surround?
The necromancer's curse, rising in the near here, only a death away. Its magic snatches at your soul, should you perish, to fuel some darker deed still.
How far west are the shoals?
Not a day's journey. Just follow the path over the bridge.
Should I fear death more than normal then?
The snare waits for those who don't.
I'm looking for my sister Izara. Perhaps you've seen her?
I do not know the name, but so many have been lost since the dragon arrived.
She went missing about 3 months ago.
If she was with the Crowns, I would count her among the casualties. Richten's slaughter was elegant only in its thoroughness.
This dragon, an imperial metaphor, perhaps?
banner and bone, young Redguard. Seek the old quarter if you want to see the handiwork of both.
What happened to the old quarter?
It was the last stand of the Loyalist crowns, and Governor Rigton had it destroyed. It smolders still, all ash and dragonfire. Few escaped the incident.
Thanks, Trip. I've got to go.
Well met, stranger.
Excuse me, miss, can I have a word?
Yes, my name's Mariah. What can I do for you?
Do you know of a woman named Izara?
I used to see her around, but that was a while ago. Last time I saw her, she was headed toward the cartographers. Never saw her again. And that was 3 months ago, if it were a day.
Any idea how I can get into the palace?
Rigton doesn't take to uninvited guests, and there's no way to sneak in that I've heard of.
What do you know about this Restless League group?
They scare me, frankly. They've been around since the days of Facade, and no one seems to know much about them. They seem to remain as quiet as possible. Not like your usual pirates. There's something else to them.
And what does life hold for you in Stros Mackay?
Not as much as they used to. Spend my days landscaping. Before the Civil War, there were more of us. The town square and the park was so beautiful. But I do what I can.
I'm surprised Rigton even allowed such a practice to continue.
City beautification may not be one of Lord Rigton's concerns, but he still needs to put on the right air. Should his Emperor, Titus Septim, ever check up on him? All leaders like their gardens full and the smell of success in the air.
Wars have never been good to a city.
Especially not this one. First, Ator and the Crowns defeat the Forebears, then the Empire comes rolling in. It's too much for these walls to handle.
I can only assume you are a crown.
That I am, though not as passionate as many others. I'm glad the war's over, really. Life goes on, and times change. I'll try to keep our sweet city as fair as she can be.
You sound as though you bear no grudge to the Forebears or the Empire for that matter.
The Forebears claim to be the earliest descendants from Hammerfell, while the Crowns trace their lineage to the first rulers. It's been that way for generations, and Titus Septim tries, where many have failed, to unite the world of Tamriel.
The cartographers. I wonder what she would want there.
Hopefully she was just seeing Michael, the map maker, and not the boys in the smuggler's den below.
Where's the park?
Over by the waterfall. I'm ashamed you didn't notice. I'll have to spend more time on it. People really do enjoy it, especially that arcade boy, Kithra.
What were you saying about Kithral?
He's one of the temple members. Loved the park. Would stare at the waterfall and write in his journal. Passionate crowd. That one. Oh, but now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in months.
What do you know about the smuggler's den?
Below the cartographers. I've seen all sorts coming in in and out of there. Even so-called League members from time to time. I hope Bizarre didn't end up there.
Mariah, do you know anything about the Flask of Lilandril?
Only the tale. Lost on the island by elves long ago. A treasure hunter's dream.
You wouldn't happen to know the password to the den, would you?
Oh, no. I stay far away from that sort of trouble.
Thanks, Mariah. Hello, Maiko.
Hello, Cyrus. Something I can do for you?
Have you ever heard of the Flask of Lilandril?
Hunding's bones, of course I have. Treasure hunters come here from all over Tamriel, digging and poking around interminably. Well, they say there's a treasure map floating around here somewhere, but I don't believe it.
Why not?
If there were a real map, why hasn't someone found the flask by now? Such a waste of time and effort, lusting after a mythical elven flask, when the island is full of real mysteries.
What do you mean?
Well, the caverns, for instance. Haven't heard of them, have you? Or the dwarven ruins either. But they're real, young sir, and as full of mystery and adventure as you could ask.
Where can I find these caverns you speak of?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Won't find them on your cheap commercial map, will you? That's a real mystery for you to ponder.
Tell me more about these dwarven ruins.
A bit more famous than the caverns, but if it's not about elves, no one cares. One of the great mysteries of the ages, the disappearance of the dwarves. But instead it's Flask of Lilandril this, Flask of Lilandril that.
I don't know much about dwarves. I always thought they were mythical creatures.
See what I mean? Not myths. Real as stolen metal. Who do you think built those ruins? All gone thousands of years ago. No one knows why, but that's a whole nother story. What were we talking about again?
I've heard tell that your basement is used as a smuggler's den.
Really? How about that? I rent the downstairs to some local lads. They're quiet, always pay up on time. I can't imagine they're up to anything illegal.
These local lads, do they have names?
They never said. Perhaps you should run downstairs and ask him yourself.
I've heard that an ancient artifact, the Flask of Lilandril, was lost on this island long ago. You know the piece I'm talking about?
You're not the first to ask. Everybody seems to think the Mages Guild has access to all the land's magic. Sorry to say, the flask has not turned up for centuries. Lost on this island long ago by the elven founders of the flask who were shipwrecked here. They fled Somerset Isle with the flask, hoping to buy sanctuary from the Clandarini in High Rock, but the seas only brought them this far. Some say there's a map to it.
What about this map to the flask?
Well, nobody has seen it. The stories say it was torn into 4 pieces. One of the pieces was even said to have been inscribed on the bottom of a silver box shaped like a ship.
Brother Niddle, I have bad news. I found Kithral's body in the caverns. He's dead. I'm sorry.
The caverns? What could he have been doing there?
I found his journal among the remains. You should read it.
Oh my. Poor lad. What did he hope to accomplish? Cyrus, I now count you as a friend. Kithral's fate is revealed, and I shall bring you into my confidence.
Go on.
The body of Prince Hator is here, at the temple.
It is?
Yes, it's the only safe place for it. We can't quite bury it.
Why?
There is a spell of stasis upon it, to preserve it and stave off its decay. Archmage Voa enchanted it thus, just after the prince's death.
Archmage Voa is mentioned in the journal, and his magical ring, which both Kithral and my sister were looking for.
Voa's ring was used to enchant the prince's body.
So they would have used it?
To dispel the body's stasis field.
Why would they do that? That would only serve to send the body along to rot.
Yes, you're right. It doesn't quite make sense, does it? It is Redguard custom to preserve their great leaders in stasis so that they might be looked upon ever after in their prime. To break the stasis would be treason, or hubris even.
Now, there's something we're not getting yet. Both Azara and Kithra were crowns. Whatever they had planned for the prince would only have been for his benefit.
I am sure you are right.
I have Archmage Voa's ring, Brother Niddle.
Ah, this will break the stasis field.
Can you use it?
No, I can't, Cyrus. You need a mage for this, not a priest. The magics are unalike in practice.
Thank you, my boy. My name is Avik. How can I help you?
I'm looking for my sister Azara. Do you know her?
The name sounds familiar, son, but I'm afraid I can't help you. Not many young people have an ear for the snake songs anymore.
Are you familiar with a group called the Restless League?
Can't say that I am, but I mostly keep to myself. With the Yokudan's band from Strosmekai, I don't have many friends here in town. Probably have to pack up and leave myself soon.
How has Strosmekai fared under Imperial rule?
Things have gone to pot, and I don't care who knows it. Murder in the streets. Where will it end? Tell me that. Where will it end?
You play very well.
Thank you, my son. No one visits me since those Imperial devils murdered that Yokudan lad. That's right, Imperial devils, and I don't care who knows it.
Imperial troops have murdered people in Strosmekai?
Ah, when they came ashore, it was fire and sword in the old quarter. At least, then they could pretend they were fighting the Crown diehards. But killing that innocent Yokudan boy, if I was 20 years younger, I'd make someone pay.
Is the old quarter completely destroyed?
Might as well be. It was sealed off while the Imperials searched every house for Crown loyalists. Nothing but a ghost town now.
Tell me about this murdered boy.
His name was Hale, poor lad. His family still camped outside the city, waiting to finish his burial ritual. Yokudans were never well liked around here, but Governor Rickton went too far.
You miss Hale, don't you?
Used to love to listen to me play. One of the few people around here who did. Appropriate, I suppose, for one born under the sign of the serpent.
Where is the Yokudan camp?
I'm not sure. Outside of the city somewhere, watching over Hale's grave. His poor mother is beside herself with grief.
The sign of the serpent, part of Yokudan religion?
The star sign of his birth. Yokudans believe the stars guide your destiny from birth to death and beyond.
I'm not familiar with Yokudan religion. Do they have lengthy burial rituals?
It's more serious than that, I'm afraid. His mother, Saban, needs to counteract the soul snare that Nagasta has laid over the island.
Yes, unfortunately, the Yokudans have always been treated as outsiders all over Hammerfell.
A senseless prejudice, since their religion harks back to the earliest Redguard traditions. But our new governor has done much worse than simply overcharge them for flour.
What did the governor do to the Yokudans?
Murdered young Hale. Then branded the rest of them traitors and ordered them to leave Strosmekai. Yokudans mixed up with Redguard politics. a preposterous notion.
Why do you say that?
You haven't spent much time in Hammerfell, have you, son?
No, I was born in Sentinel, but left Hammerfell when I was very young. I haven't been back in years.
I thought so. You've picked up a bit of an accent. West High Rock, am I right? Well, as I was saying, the feeling against the Yokudans runs deeper than politics. Even in a civil war, neither side ever stooped to allow Yokudans to join their ranks. Even the Restless League was too good for them. But all that's over now. Redguard pride has made us all slaves of the Emperor.
I thought you'd never heard of the Restless League.
No one pays any attention to an old snake charmer ranting against the Empire. But the League, now there is a dangerous subject of conversation for anyone, including young Redguard swordsmen with a mercenary air.
Tell me what you know of this Restless League.
If I were as wise as my years, I would hold my tongue and bid you good day. But you're no Imperial spy, and nothing like the League bully boys that came around after Hale's murder.
I ran into a couple of them myself on my way into town. Pleasant enough fellows, although they talk too much. What did they want with you?
They were asking questions about some woman. It was none of my concern, and I didn't want to give his poor mother any more trouble, so I told them nothing. Hey, now I remember why your sister's name sounded so familiar. She was the one they were looking for.
You imply there was something you could have told these Leaguesmen. Mind telling me?
Well, Izara met Hale here, and they left together the day he died. At the time, I thought it was just a romantic rendezvous. Nothing to do with his murder. But then the League came sniffing around. I can't imagine what it's all about, but I saw no use in adding the League to the Yokudans' troubles.
His mother is understandably upset at her son's death.
Yes, but it's not just that. Saban has not yet completed the burial ritual, although the lad has been in the ground for weeks.
Soul Snare, what do you mean?
Now that the prince is dead, that foul worm has woven a magical snare across Strosmakai to feed his hunger for souls. Unless you are buried in consecrated ground, your soul will go straight to Nagasta if you die. This is why Saban still fears for her murdered son.
Tell me more of Nagasta.
While Prince Ator was alive, a name to frighten children, little more. But our new Imperial Master has allowed the Necromancer's dread power to spread unchecked until his soul snare threatens us all.
Why did Prince Ator allow Nagasta to stay in Strosmakai?
I don't know. Ator's father, Tassad, first allowed Nagasta to occupy the old wizard's tower, but back then he seemed harmless enough. The Mages Guild complained of unsanctioned research, but they had little influence with old Tassad. The Civil War kept Ator occupied until his untimely death.
You seem to know a lot about the Mages Guild.
Yes. In fact, I am a member, although you wouldn't think it to look at me, would you? I'm retired now, but my friend Johto kept me up to date on guild politics. Until he was arrested by those Imperial devils, that is.
Why was your friend Johto arrested?
Do they need a reason? One day soldiers came for him, and he's been rotting in jail ever since.
Does the Mages Guild have much influence in Stros Mackay?
No more. Archmage Voa was a crown, Ator's right hand, but both perished in the Battle of Stros Mackay. Jaganvir is an unworthy successor to the Archmage's chair, if you ask me.
Archmage Voa was loyal to the prince then.
The prince's chief advisor. But his replacement, Jaganvir, is a disgrace to Ator's memory.
Jaganvir is the new Archmage?
Yes, a spineless toad of a man, a perfect lackey to the governor's every whim. Still, a mage of formidable power, whatever his personal failings.
The jail, where's that?
Up near the palace. They won't let anyone in to see the prisoners. I've already tried. I guess I should be grateful they didn't just kill him, eh? Murdering devils.
Thanks, Avik. Hello.
What do you want?
I wonder if you know my sister.
Why would I know your sister? Why don't you just go back to the city where you belong?
Have you ever heard of the Restless League?
Why would I tell you if I had? I don't need them. I'll fight the Empire all by myself if I have to.
You sure do seem to hate the Empire.
They killed my brother, and I'm gonna make them pay.
Is that your mother over there? Is she all right?
Go away. Leave her alone. We don't need your help. I can take care of her just fine. Leave us alone.
Who killed your brother? Imperial soldiers?
What do you care anyway? I don't need your help.
I've heard about your brother being killed by the soldiers. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Care to talk about it?
It's just hard. Trying to take care of my mother with Hale being killed and we're not allowed in the city and everyone else leaving. And now it's just the two of us. And I don't know what we're going to do. I'm Coyle, by the way.
I'm Cyrus. Again, I'm sorry about your troubles. Do you know anything about the Restless League?
Sure. They're the bravest Redguards in them all. They'll never surrender to the Empire. They even blew up the governor's ship right in the harbor. Do you know how I can find them?
Afraid not. I was hoping you could tell me.
No. Hale said they'd never let a Yakutin join. But why not? I figure they need all the men they can get now. And I'm a pretty good swordsman myself, you know.
Coyle, do you know my sister Izara?
She was your sister? My mother blames Izara for getting Hale killed, but I know your sister did her best to save him. She fought off 10 soldiers, all by herself. I'm going to join the League and fight the Empire, as soon as my mother's safe.
What is your mother doing? Is she all right?
Please, don't disturb her, Cyrus. If she doesn't keep up the Song of Passage, Hale's soul will go to the Necromancer.
Are you and your mother the only Yokudans on the island?
We're all that's left. The day after we buried Hale, the governor banned all Yokudans from the city, called us all traitors. So everyone else took passage to the mainland, except we couldn't leave on account of the Necromancer trying to steal Hale's soul.
Avik told me that he saw Izara and Hale together on the day he was killed.
Avik, the Snake Man. Hale liked him. He was always nice to us. She brought Hale into camp that day, all bleeding, but I'd never seen her before. She tried to explain what happened, but Mother wouldn't listen, just screamed at her and told her never to come back.
So you don't know why she was with your brother?
She said she needed my mother's help, but Mother was too upset. I guess the soldiers attacked them on the way here, but I don't know why. Hale was never in trouble with anyone before.
Could Hale have been a member of the League?
No. He used to laugh at me when I said I wanted to join. Said I didn't understand the way the world worked yet. I was too young. But I'll be 17 in 3 months.
Do you know how to contact the Restless League?
Well, no. But I'll find out.
Why would the Necromancer want to steal Hale's soul?
Well, not his soul specifically. The whole island is trapped in his evil soul snare. That's what Mother said. Anyone who dies without the proper ritual, their soul goes into his tower, and he adds them to his army of undead.
I'm surprised your mother is able to protect Hale from such a powerful necromancer.
You shouldn't be. My mother is a powerful witch, the witch mother of our whole tribe. If Hale hadn't been born under the sign of the serpent, she could have passed his soul through the necromancer's web easily.
Where is this necromancer's tower?
Cyrus, you don't want to go there. The necromancer kills anyone who trespasses in his tower and steals their soul.
I'm surprised the whole island isn't crawling with the living dead with all the fighting that's gone on here.
Well, the city folk have their temple to save them from the necromancer's snare, but we don't believe that way. Mother needs to set the starstones to show Hale the proper way to the other side, but she hasn't been able to foretell the serpent's passage this season.
Are those the starstones over there?
That's right, Cyrus. Normally it would be simple, but Hale was born under the sign of the serpent, and the serpent's path can't be predicted.
This serpent, one of the constellations?
Yes, the other 12 follow the circles of heaven, guardians and charges, but the serpent respects no master. It moves across the heavens, threatening the other constellations in its path. The only way to guide Hale's soul through the necromancer's snare is to place the starstones in the position of the serpent's head and tail. But there's no way to predict the serpent's path.
I never paid much attention in astronomy class. Guardians and charges?
Gosh, Cyrus, everyone knows the 3 guardians each protect 3 charges in their own circle of heaven. Didn't you learn the rhyme? Strong warrior charges, wise mage orders, clever thief watches.
That does sound familiar. Sing me the verse about the warrior.
Strong warrior charges, steed prancing, lady dancing, lord advancing through the night.
What's the whole verse about the mage?
Wise mage orders, apprentice learning, ritual turning, golem burning through the night.
How did the verse about the thief go again?
Clever thief watches, lover sighing, shadow lying, tower defying through the night.
So Hale's soul has not yet left this world for the next.
No, Mother's song keeps it safe here until she can figure out the proper placement of the starstones. If she stops with the stones placed incorrectly, Hale's soul will be taken by the necromancer's snare.
If there's no way of predicting the serpent's path, how can your mother ever complete the ritual?
I don't know. I want to help, but I don't know anything about the stars. All Mother can do is continue the Song of Passage to keep Hale's soul from straying. Cyrus, can you help us?
I'll do what I can, Coil. Don't worry, you can count on me.
Thanks, Cyrus. Please hurry. I don't know how much longer my mother can keep up the song.
Sorry, but I've got to go. Perhaps later we can talk.
I'd like to help if I can.
Greetings, I am Cyrus.
You scared of that.
What do you know about the island?
I know, a rascal's ass is stuck here till I fix this contraption.
What?
Nothing, I'm just doomed.
You ever run into any pirates? Anybody known as the Restless League?
You're the first person I've seen in a while. Flash, nobody comes up here, especially pirates. They're scared. Run away.
Run away from what?
The ghost.
Ghosts? What ghosts?
Flash, ghosts in the lighthouse, shining the light. Flash, flash, flash. Then, Rasmo, wake the hell up.
What about the lighthouse?
These poor ghosts will get you. Get you. Flash, flash, flash. Their lights will haunt you.
Lights in the lighthouse? You're not making sense.
Damn light, on and off. Flash, flash, flash. Keep my ass up all night.
I'm looking for a woman named Izara. Have you heard of her?
I
I hear many things. I hear the pipes rumble, the gears turn, and the whistle. Unseen, funny. The rat won't ever hear any women.
What is this place?
What? Place scares me now. Some ancient dwarven observatory. Flash.
What?
Rickon ordered me to fix it, but the ghosts keep me awake.
Have you ever been to the palace?
Once, before the ghosts delivered some dwarven books to Rickon. You don't go in there unless you have something he wants.
You say this place is dwarven?
Flash! That's what Rathbone said. Them dwarves knew a thing or two. Rickon sent his men to the ruins, and me here to fix this. Flash! And trapped dead.
Flash?
Flash!
You mentioned the dwarven ruins.
Dwarves! Flash! Like to build everything in small pieces. Damn googlies! Without leaving instructions on their flash! Toys, the ruins too big and scary for me. Keep yourself go to the west.
Why did Rickton send you here to fix it? Hey man, stop screaming.
But Rickton killed Rathbone, me not fix. I was living here, awesome, yay, and pretty mentally stuff. He let me stay if I fix. If not, he'd say cut off a Rathbone's arms and put me in a box.
Calm down. You look like you fixed it.
Ooh, no, not working. Fix the orrery, but Rathbone can't fix telescope. You will fall down. Ghost tried to get me, torment me, flash. But I put most of it back together. No magic either. But gear will make Rathbone's head hurt and burn his leg.
How does the orrery work?
Rathbone doesn't know. But it watches the sky. Dwarves knew the power of the stars. Watched all the constellations and who they protected.
You burnt your legs in the gear room?
The pain! Steam down there hot as oblivion! Yow! Burnt my legs trying to fix the telescope! Need another gear!
Slow down, Frank. What's in the gear room?
Gears! Flash! Run on steam! Them dwarves had very large brains! Danger! Scary place!
You need another gear to fix the telescope?
Dwarven gear! Not just any gear! Needs to go on the far side! Damn! I put myself in the way for my legs!
Constellations? Who do the constellations protect?
Flash! Each other! Didn't your parents teach you about the stars of Tamarel? The 3 guardians each protect 3 charges from the snake!
What are the guardian constellations?
Every schoolboy knows of the warrior, the thief, and the wizard, of course. The dwarves didn't believe in magic, so the wizard is the mechanism to them.
What do you mean, charges?
Damn! You never read as a child. The guardians each protect the 3 charges of their circle. Flash! The thief watches the lover in shadow. Warrior the steed, and on. You Redguards are slow.
What does the snake constellation do?
He glitters through the sky, never changing with the stars. The dwarves march to watch him just as each guardian watches their charges.
Here's the dwarven gear you need to fix the telescope.
Aha! You found one! Good. But I'm not going to go back to the gear room. You're going to have to do it. Put the gear in on the far side.
I'll give it a try. Stay calm, Erasmo. Hello again, Erasmo.
My hero!
You can relax now. The telescope is fixed.
Hooray! My hero! Now I can keep doing what I do. At least Rickon won't cut my arms off now. Hooray! Use it as you like. You are welcome here.
Stay calm, Erasmo.
Cyrus, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Yeah, I think I figured this out. Hello, Coil.
Have you figured out how to set my brother's soul free?
I think maybe I have.
I knew you could help us, Cyrus. You've done it, Cyrus!
Trodurai, Sura. Uitonga! Ali! Ugo, no, Midana!
She thanks you, Cyrus. Hale's soul has passed to the far shores.
Tell her it was my pleasure.
Uhai du, Sura.
Dang, Mongo Dua.
She wishes to know if there is any way she might repay you.
Maybe you can help me find my sister Azara.
Sura, na Pierre Sadudongo.
Hadi Dua Tengai.
Mother has not seen her since the day she came with Hale.
Udoi. Dupa.
But she sees that you will find her.
Saban, could you tell me about the Restless League?
Sadui Ongo Dupra League?
Hadi. Na Dokta. Doing a bari.
She says you might find them
Golhadu Ranga.
at the lighthouse.
Do you plan to stay here on Stros Makai?
Duadra Nasadul San Loamakai.
Salo Makai. Tangden Utanon Mango.
Mother says Stros Makai will need her help.
Then do Sura.
And yours.
Mikana. Then Logo.
The island is still in peril.
Why was Azara with Hale?
Then Dogo Tuktahali?
Dogo Tang Mongo Sura. Then Hai.
She needed Mother's help. Her magic.
Dua Senugakta.
But Mother was so mad about Hale that she sent your sister away.
Uto Logo Dua Hai.
Mother does not know what magic your sister needed. I'm sorry, Cyrus.
It will be hard to fend off the Empire.
Septum Sogat Kolotohai.
Vetigoa Nogo Uitonga. Then.
What did she say?
Sometimes Moyoku is bad. She said either it will not be hard because the sun is here, or she said because the sun will be here.
What kind of help can you give?
Zwaneten no go.
Sura then go.
She says you will know.
Thank you, Saban.
Tutu Ansai Sara.
Goodbye.
Trangai Sara.
Sure. I'll take the job.
Splendid. Here's your 100 gold. I'll have the rest for you after you deliver the amulet to the governor. Well, I'm sure you won't have any trouble, but, you probably want to do this during the daylight.
Cyrus, this one is Nagasta, the necromancer of Stros Makai.
Have we met?
The contractor informed this one of your impending arrival.
He did?
This one tenders you the amulet that will be delivered.
To the governor, right?
Make sure of its safety. Delivered to him personally. The contractor will pay you the rest of your fee after the matter is settled.
I thought Hammerfell was plagued by necromancy only in the north, where Sentinel lay in similar shadow.
Do not speak ill, mortal, of this one's liege lord, the king of worms, for his grace grants these shores as this one's bountiful hunting grounds.
Is your foul practice not contested by the men of this island?
Cyrus, what men are left, this one wonders, or women of like mind, or violence against me? They were all slain in the war, and dead now they serve this one without protest. The Mages Guild whines, as is its wont when practitioners of this one's craft challenge their dominion, but the governor shrewdly weighs his one's concerns above theirs.
Why is that?
This one is a better friend than enemy.
How do these souls so collected serve you?
This one's business in souls doesn't concern you. That the Daedra Lords look with favor on a necromancer with a stock in trade should scarcely surprise you.
Why does the Mages Guild hate you, outside the obvious reasons?
Such unsettled jobs, little trouble this one, Redguard. As for the Guild's enmity, with their Archmage dead in the sea dust, their impotence breeds spite against this one's masteries.
What happened to the Archmage?
He perished in the war protecting the crown, and was lost at sea. I lament that the snare was not then set, or such a soul would have been fit to cultivate for nights on end.
He was powerful then, this Archmage?
Scarcely. He was noted for his trappings, not his trivial skills. His magical artifacts, however, such might even be worth this one's notice.
No, I'll get right on it. The illicit soul trick. How does it work?
If mortals knew the power they harbored, and how so unearned, a grace inexplicably given by the outer gods will provide to plenty and without good guidance. If they knew, they may wise work as hard to keep the within as much as their precious withouts, that easily slip bare skin that withers as paper before flame. For that is the truth of it. The body houses that which it cannot ever for long withstand.
Which answers little.
In short, the soul snare captures the smokes of silly folk who neglect the sanctity of their souls.
What can you tell me about the governor?
That he is a generous patron, sending a steady flow to this one even with the war long over. His policies bring profit, and finally by the amulet, may his generosity be acknowledged.
So the great necromancer is running dog to the lords of hell. Why are they always on the top of the diabolical food chain?
This one laps at the scraps from no unstable Redguard. Clavicus Vile grants this one favors with every soul sent his way.
Clavicus Vile? Please.
Do not mock that name, mortal.
Pray forgive me, necromancer. It just seemed an overly unsubtle name, that is all.
Nature were born before stars, mortal. Do you consider that perhaps such names preceded, and perhaps inspired, the concepts they connote?
I'm curious, Nagasta. Just how does the soul snare work?
Would you play the student? How quaint. The image of either hounds comes to mind, broad-shouldered and panting, patrolling the near-here gates of death, alert for the scent of the hapless spirit. But grant me be a far more insidious craftsworm than that. Then that's a siren song of semiotics, defining the fading signs of the departed and crafting from them a lore, a gateway rung with gentle runes of the soul's own manufacture. That soul swarms gratefully into the waiting net towards heavens woven from the spirit's dim yearnings.
How long have you lived on Stros Makai?
How long in legend? This one arrived in Desaad's better years and was given fair compass of these foul shoals. In that time, this one was but a tale in passing, a shiver in riddle.
How long have you been better than a legend, then?
Since the end of the war. How could this one neglect so rich a harvest? A sea so brim with the dead that its tides swelled round the world. So this one conjured a net to catch them all, these lost and torn violent souls. Thereafter this one's presence has been well known here, perhaps somewhat feared as well.
You knew the worthy king, then. Does he rattle in your bag, too?
He died in Sentinel, not Stros Makai, and was therefore outside of this one's catching web, and before this one's time here as well.
Right, your soul snare went up during the war, after Thasad was already dead.
And besides, Thasad would have journeyed to the gods in any case, for he was keen and prudent. A few good strides, and he'd be at the temple door.
What difference would that make?
This one snare catches only the heedless. Those spirits unprotected by the holy rituals are those interred in unhallowed ground. So, if you would avoid this one's net, die close by the temple or far from the island shores.
You have the island under a spell, Nagasta?
A soul snare of this one's own devising, which gathers lost souls and bears them thither.
For strange and terrible experiments, no doubt.
This one is comfortable with the trappings of his vocation, even if his victims lack such comfort.
My sister had better not be among them.
A being holds as much mystery for this one as it does for you. inquire elsewhere.
So the temple is your prime competitor in the area.
Economy to this devil's work. The good brothers of Hake have a somewhat different perspective on the currency of the soul. They strive to shepherd its return, while this one prefers to manage flocks for profit, or should one say, a sole good brother of Hake, since there is but one left. One has become raveled in my astral net, having parted from this world not long ago.
How could a temple member be snared when he works in the very haven that opposes you?
By leaving long the haven, this one speculates, but quite doubtful it is agreed.
How long ago was this?
A good 3 master moons.
That's about the time my sister vanished. I'd imagine this island is treacherous to reach by ship.
Imagine impossible. This one is amused by your imaginings.
So you are probably never threatened by the pirates of the Restless League.
This one is never threatened, Cyrus. But yes, this one knows the League well.
You do?
This one has tallied many of their rebellious souls in the present reign.
What do you think of them?
What does one think of the gold in one's pouch? Does one judge this coin better than another if both spent the same?
All the dead are fair currency, then.
Your wit accounts it well.
Has the coming of the Empire given you much concern?
This one is neither not unwary of the Empire, nor eager to wear the leash, but the Governor has proven himself an honorable man. Thus this one offers him this gift to encourage his attention to the affairs of the living, leaving me the rest.
Are you familiar with a woman named Azara?
Other souls this one has gathered of late have whispered the name.
She's my sister.
Then count your sister among the living, for she's not cold yet, or this one would know her well.
What is this amulet you give to the governor?
A red diamond this one has found among many treasures, and judges fitting for a servant of the Empire, or might fly such symbols on their standards. And the dragon setting is well suited to honor the governor, whose command of such a beast gained the victory at Strosmakai and blazed Hammerfell in the Emperor's hands.
Goodbye, Nagaster.
Farewell, Cyrus. A pleasure doing business with you.
Name's Cyrus. You okay?
No, I'm Crandall.
You seen a woman named Azara around?
Sure I have. Not that I remember names, though. Oh, but they remember mine. Them broads love Crandall. Have my way with them all, you know.
What do you know about the group called the Restless League?
Punks. Killed them all once I did. Bunch of Redguard pansies. They want me to join them, but I got too much thinking to do. Heavy load. I say, Richton's got it out for him. You watch out.
So Stros Mackay's one big party for you, eh?
You gotta drink to keep sane in this place. Them sissies around here think they can make the best of it. They make nothing. Nothing. Richton's got them all scared.
You've certainly spent a lot of time at the local tavern.
Richton's got that damn lizard Drekius charging 3 gold pieces for lousy veal and wood wine. He freaks me out. Picking flies off the bar with his tongue. I can't relax with that going on.
Rickton doesn't have you scared?
No, sirree. I kicked his fat butt. Not throwing me in his catacombs.
You're scared of the catacombs, eh?
Didn't say that. Did not say that. Rickton throws the crowns in jail and pirates into the catacombs. I ain't neither. Doubt his cronies could take me anyway.
Liquor tax?
That's right. It's a real shock that sailors don't hang around anymore. Who's in charge of that one?
Just like a drunk to blame the bartender for his troubles.
Ha! Who the heck do you blame for yours, anyway, tough guy? I know Drekius' story. Just no one else does. Damned Argonians. Them dark elves got it right. Cage 'em up and let 'em haul ash.
Don't like Argonians either. Who do you like, Grendel?
Fine then, fine. Hang around that scaly bastard and catch the flu.
There hasn't been a case of that in 200 years.
All I'm saying, those of us who play our cards right could open a right good belt shop. Yeah.
Ever heard of the Flask of Lilandril? You look like a treasure hunter.
Ah, the Flask of Lilandril. Everything good in life comes in a decanter.
I've had enough.
Good.
What do you want?
This is the palace, correct?
That's correct.
I need to speak with Governor Rickton.
What business do you have with him?
I have an item he is expecting from the necromancer.
Very well. Hand it over.
Sorry, but it comes with a message for Rickton's ears only. I'm gonna have to see him.
That's not going to happen.
Then he's never gonna see this amulet again.
All right, Redguard. You win. I'll signal you in. This man insisted he deliver the amulet to you himself, my lord. A certain amount of persistence is admirable, isn't it, Dram? Very well. Your job is done. Give the amulet to one of the guards.
Hold on, Governor. I have a few questions to ask you first, about a woman named Azara.
He's no courier. This is not an audience, sir. You forget yourself.
She's been missing for a few months and people think she may be in trouble. They also say you might have something to do with it.
My lord? No, I'll handle it. I know of this Azara, young man. Her troubles are of her own making, I'm sure. When you mix with thugs and murderers...
Like I said, you might have something to do with it.
Under Imperial law, the Restless League and this Azara woman, a known consort and confederate of the League, are guilty of piracy, sedition, and treason, and subject to summary execution. In my capacity as governor, such executions are my responsibility. But this Azara has not come to my notice, and if she has disappeared, she has done so without my help. And now I have other pressing affairs.
Are you saying she was part of the Restless League?
You are dismissed, courier.
We don't seem to understand each other, Governor. Azara is my sister, and this isn't an audience. It's an interrogation. Tell me all you know, or I'll give you more trouble than the League ever has.
You would threaten an Imperial governor? Are you simple? Threaten me, and you prove yourself a traitor, and must die for it. Guards, seize that man. Hurry! So this is the Redguard fire I've heard so much about. Young man, you've the makings of a fine swordsman, but by your actions you condemn yourself and forfeit your life. Dram?
No, let me question this one. He is a fool, but fools can be useful.
Where am I?
Beneath the palace. Ancient catacombs. A nice place to rot and die.
Who are you? Why are you here?
And just another League hero. Yeah, but no execution for me. Little torture. Interrogation. Then left to die in this hole. Fooled him, though. I swallowed the key. Got it right here, see? bit nasty when it came out the other end. Not looking forward to swallowing it again, though. Can't leave it around when they haul my corpse out of here.
Was there ever a young woman down here?
Who knows? Not since I came here weeks ago.
The League? What about the League?
The League? We're a dying breed, man. Like everything else in this town since Rickton came. We may not be much, but we're all that's left.
Rickton said Izara is in the League. Is it true? I must know.
Damn informers. Yes, Izara's one of us. She's on Rickton's list, all right.
We've got to escape. Do you know a way out of here?
I'm going nowhere. Oh, that rack must have broken something. Legs don't move.
How do I find them?
Why? You want to join?
Right, how do I find them?
Well, right after you bust out of here, you go to the lighthouse and signal the League.
Lighthouse, yes, go on.
Lighthouse. Like I said, ooh, getting dark in here. Getting really tired. Here, take this key.
Why? What about the...
Just listen. I think I'm losing. Take the damn key. Don't leave it here. Go to the lighthouse. Signal the League.
What's the key for... What's the signal? Hey, you! Hey! Damn!
Governor, I have news of the Redguard.
Which bloody Redguard?
The one recently put into the catacombs, sir. The one named Cyrus. He has escaped.
What?
He is nowhere to be found, sir. We are combing the streets for him now.
But escape is impossible from the catacombs, the traps and so forth, right, Dram?
I hear you.
Thank you, guardsmen. Carry on, and keep me posted.
I underestimated the Redguard.
Bah! Overestimated the dungeons of our enemies, more likely. Never trust another man's death traps. Double the guard immediately, and increase the patrols in town and along the waterfront. The Redguard must not find his sister.
Leave him to me.
I delivered that amulet like you wanted. I think you owe me some money.
Indeed I do. I am amazed to see you. I've heard there was some misunderstanding with the governor. Perhaps you were wanted by the Imperials? I never put stock in rumors, however. Here's your 200 gold as promised.
I've been told of a smuggler's den under the cartographer's shop. Have you heard of it?
Sure I have. Smuggler's Den. Ha! A pretty grandiose name for a place where the local boys go to get away from their wives and play cards.
So do you think it's nothing more sinister than that?
Well, I've heard rumors it was connected with the Restless League, but they're hard to take seriously if a joker like Lakeen could get in.
What does Lakeen have to do with the smuggler's den?
Oh, I really shouldn't gossip, but I'm sure you won't tell anyone, will you, Cyrus? Seems he was gambling at the smuggler's den and lost his wife's antique silver locket. He came to me, desperate to have it replaced so she wouldn't find out. I'd have been glad to help, but I couldn't reproduce it simply from his description. Poor fellow, he went away quite crushed.
Perhaps you've seen a silver box shaped like a ship. It has something on it I'm looking for.
No, sorry, nothing like that in my shop.
Greetings, old man. I am Cyrus.
Cyrus, eh? Never heard of you. Must be new around here. My name's Fatus. Everybody just calls me Fatus, though.
My sister Izara is missing. Do you know her?
Sure, nice young lady, too. Sister, you say? I haven't seen her around in a while, though. Wonder if she might be missing.
Apparently, no one has seen her for months. Do you have any idea what might have happened?
Might have something to do with the Restless League. Some of them fellows came around looking for her a while back.
Izara was in trouble with the Restless League?
I didn't say that. Although, come to think of it, they didn't look too friendly. No one you'd want to cross, that's for sure. Their enemies have a way of turning up dead.
My ship was attacked by 2 members of the Restless League just off Stros Mackay. What can you tell me about them?
Not much. Fire-eating Redguard nationalists. More even than most crowns could stomach. But they've kept quiet since the old quarter was burned. I wonder why they decided to attack your ship.
Stros Mackay was a crown stronghold, wasn't it?
It was the seat of power for the crowns. Ator led the crowns from here after Thasad's death. We've suffered greatly for it since young Prince Ator died. Took all hope out of the crown, but not all the fight.
Not all?
No, the battle in the old quarter did that.
What happened to Prince Ator?
Died in battle, like a Redguard hero of old. I've heard tales that he ain't dead, but that's all rubbish.
Really?
I spoke with sailors from the Garamar, second in line of battle behind Ator's flagship. They saw him on deck just as the dragon lit up his ship like a festival bonfire. Weren't any survivors from the flagship? Not a one.
King Thasad's death was inconvenient for many, but I've never heard tell of foul play.
Nor I. The forebears preferred Thasad to his son Ator, a known League sympathizer. Thasad had no patience for the League himself. Called them terrorists. Maybe true, but they've shown more sense than the crowns through this whole bloody mess.
I expected to see Stros Mackay full of forebears after their victory.
Hardly a forebear victory. It was Imperial might that defeated the crowns, laddie. Make no mistake about that. The 4 show few that Rickton brought with him mostly stay up in the palace or drink themselves to stupor. You might run into them at the Dragon Tail, looking for trouble, so you'll want to be careful.
Tell me what happened in the old quarter.
The crowns made their last stand there after the dragon destroyed Ator's fleet. Senseless bravado. Should have done what the League did. And laid low until the Imperials were off guard. Instead, they went down fighting. Redguard heroes, but dead all the same.
I don't know. How long has it been since their last attack?
Must have been a month or 2 at least. Their last big success was blowing up Rickman's flagship right here in the harbor. A pity in a way. Whatever else you say about the Imperials, they make beautiful ships. With that little Cape Acosta League, plenty. Afterwards, Rickman rounded up anyone who'd ever spoken to a Leaguesman. I was starting to think he had crushed them completely.
You're not in the Restless League?
Me? Ha! If I was, do you think I'd still be here with precious Governor Rickton throwing every known Leaguesman in the catacombs? In my day, things were simple. A Redguard was loyal to the king, and that was that. All this newfangled politics, crowns and forebears, Restless League, not for me.
You're in charge of this bell tower?
Don't want to be, but I'm stuck with it. Dan Purnell's fault leaves me stuck here while he sits up in the cool breeze and watches Hunden Bay roll by. Doesn't he think I'd like to wave the flag once in a while? Stubborn as a mule he is, and ungrateful to boot.
Purnell, a friend of yours?
Friend? Ha! Blind as a bat he is, but will he ever let me wave the flag? No, too stuffy down there, he says. You fall off the chair, he says. Always some excuse. Now he's gone and broken the bell. Don't know why I put up with it.
I'm not sure I follow you. What flag do you mean?
We're supposed to trade off. One of us watches for ships, waves the flag when he sees one, then the other rings the bell to let people know. But he never lets me take my turn in the watchtower. Doesn't care about my feelings, not at all. Always about what Purnell wants.
The bell doesn't look broken.
Well, not broken exactly, but I'm sure it doesn't ring as loud as it used to. But Purnell wouldn't let me have Lakeen look at it, would he? Insisted on doing it himself. Typical. Took him half the day, then had the nerve to tell me there's nothing wrong with it.
I'm not sure if I've met Lakeen.
Me neither. Now that Lakeen, on the other hand, handiest young fellow I ever met, can fix anything. Hey, you look like a handy sort yourself. Maybe you could take a look at it for me.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Good lad.
I checked, and there's nothing wrong with the bell.
Good lad. I was right. That fool Purnell said it didn't need fixing, but I knew it needed fixing, so you fixed it, eh? Well, I'm much obliged.
How do things stand in Stros Mackay under Imperial occupation?
As bad as they can be. Looks peaceful now, doesn't it? The peace of the grave, it is. Most of the younger folk dead or run off. In the old days, this was the bustling south heart of Hammerfell. Harbor Jan was shipping, sailors from all over walking the street. What you see now is the ghost of the old Stros Mackay. Dead, but it just don't know it yet.
What of these catacombs?
You're a nosy young fella, aren't you? The less you know about them, the better. If Richter doesn't like you, he throws you in jail. If he really doesn't like you, he throws you in the catacombs. No one comes out of there alive.
Is that right? This dragon, have you seen it?
Not with my own eyes, but I heard tell of it from the survivors. They say Richter keeps it in the catacombs, feeding it on captured leaguesmen.
What can you tell me about Governor Richter?
You don't look like one of his spies.
Rest assured.
I'm too old to worry about such things anyway. Why was I worrying?
Richter.
Oh yeah, good soldier maybe, but a bloodthirsty beast of a ruler. Enjoys having Stros Mackay under his thumb, he does. Won't be much of it left when he's through.
Purnell said that he lost his eyepiece. Have you seen it?
That's just perfect. He's as blind as true love without his eyepiece. I guess the only way he can see is through his damn telescope now.
So you haven't seen it then?
No, he'll never leave the telescope chair now, and I'll never get to wave the flag.
That's all for now, Fathers. Lakeen?
Oh, you again.
I know you've been gambling at the smuggler's den, Lakeen, and I need to get in there.
Damn, where'd you hear that? Look, that's not something I'm proud of, so keep your voice down. Let's move this conversation elsewhere.
Gambling away your wife's silver locket, not good. Tell me what I want to know. What do you know about Azara, the League, and that den?
Calm down, please. I know nothing. I've only been there to gamble a few times. I've heard the League goes there, but I ain't seen him or this Azara woman, I swear. And if my wife finds out about the gambling, I'll be dead.
Do you know the password to the smuggler's den?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then just give me the password and I'll take it from there.
Sure, but you gotta help me first, Cyrus. Please, get my silver locket back from that Rollo cheater, and I'll give you the password, I swear. Please.
Rollo?
Smelly guy, cheats at cards. He won that locket through trickery, the foul dust belly.
Purnell, I found your eyepiece. Here you go.
Well, glory be! How can I ever thank you, Cyrus, my boy? I know. I'll let you wave the flag. It'll be our little secret, eh? Go on, take it. Take it. An opportunity like this don't come along every day.
Thanks, Purnell, but maybe some other time.
Truth yourself, my boy, but you don't know what you're missing.
Favis is a friend of yours?
He'd like to think so. Damn nuisance is what he is, always whining about having to ring the bell. Just yesterday he had me down there complaining it was broken. It don't ring as loud as it used to, Brunel. Sure, old Goat's as deaf as a post, that's the only problem.
Why does Favis ring a bell?
To let everyone know the ship's here, of course. What do you think? I just shout out across the rooftops? When I see a ship, I go out on the walkway and wave my flag so Favis knows to ring the bell. There's nothing quite as satisfying as that. Kinda makes you feel like a god, waving that flag and listening to the bell ring out over the whole town. A pity I can't let you try it, but we don't get too many ships in port these days.
Do you think I could borrow your flag for a minute?
I really shouldn't, but... all right, I can't help it. I just like to make people happy.
Lakeen?
Have you found my locket?
Okay, Lakeen. Here's your locket. Now tell me the password.
Oh, thank goodness! You got it! I'm saved! Never going back to that den again. No, sir. No more for me, but have your own go at it. The password you require is spoon. Be careful, Cyrus, and thanks again.
What's a password?
Spoon.
Right, just a second.
Cyrus.
Yurik. Welcome to the smuggler's den. What do you want?
I'm looking for Azara, my sister. Apparently, she did business with you occasionally.
That's right, she came by from time to time. Last time I saw her, she was after a piece of malachite for some reason.
The Imperial occupation doesn't seem to have cramped your style much.
Everyone needs smugglers, like it or not. For instance, Rickton likes his Valen Wood wine. Your league makes sure none of it arrives legally, and we make sure the palace cellar stays well stocked. Everybody wins.
A cozy little operation you've got here.
Thanks. We like to think so. Say, who gave you the password, by the way? So I know who I need to beat the hell out of.
Still, I'm surprised Rickton gives you such a free hand.
We have our uses. Like if you don't want the Emperor to know how much taxes you're actually collecting. As I said, everybody wins.
What would Azara want with that?
Dunno. She sure wanted it bad, though. Traded me a League insignia for it. Said I could use it to get favors from the League. Yeah, but since then the League has vanished from Stros Makai, so I'm stuck with a worthless piece of paper.
Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Not that this place is such a secret. Half the town seems to know about it.
Yeah, well, we don't rate quite as highly as the Restless League on Rickton's enemies list.
Does the Restless League operate out of the Smuggler's Den?
We've always worked together, since way back before the Civil War. Mutual interest and all that. The League boys must be laying low. Haven't seen any of them in weeks. Yeah, no matter. Smuggling's good business, with or without pirates.
Suppose you wanted to get into the governor's palace. Could you do it?
Not me. Governor tolerates our operation, sure, but he doesn't trust us. Rickton's a stickler for security, and no wonder. The League would love to put a knife in him. Nobody gets in the palace without a damn good reason.
I could use that insignia Azara gave you. Can I have it?
Well, that depends. What's in it for me?
You claim to be Azara's friend. I'm trying to find out what happened to her, and I need that parchment to do it.
I never said I was her friend, just that I knew her. What makes you think I care what happened to her?
Because I know my sister. She would have liked you. She always did have bad taste in men.
Is that supposed to be an insult? Hell, you may as well take it. I can see if I don't give it to you, you'll just stand here talking all day. And I got work to do.
It's been a pleasure, Yurik. Finally, a ship's coming. Time to find out what these pirates know. Where the hell is my sister?
And who the hell are you?
I'm Cyrus, brother of Azara, and I demand to know where she is.
I'm the one asking the questions. How did you get into the lighthouse?
One of your men, a prisoner of Richton's, gave me a key before he died of his wounds. And your code is keeping the local crazies up.
Thrown into the catacombs you were. Well, you've been busy. I'm impressed by the escape.
I know my sister is in the league. Now take me to her.
I'm not sure why I am even talking to you. How do I even know you are who you say you are? I'm going to need some proof.
Just tell me where my sister is now.
It is not my place to give you that information. You'll need to talk to Basil, head of the Restless League.
Take me to Basil if you're Justice running, girl.
Basil doesn't just speak to anyone, especially a fool who'd use the signal during the day with all the Imperial warships around. If they find our hideout, well, be sure you'll be the first one we'll kill.
Surely you found a way to deal with Richton's fleet.
I don't only to avoid them, not meet them ship to ship.
I heard you torched his flagship a while back.
A sly attack of ours. We have the passion, but not the means to tackle his ships on the open sea. We true to remain in the shadows, causing our esteemed governor to keep one eye open when he sleeps and check his closet for cutthroats. He won't find us.
What makes you so sure others don't know where your hideout is?
No one knows the waters around Stros Mackay like the Restless League. We move in the shadows and in lines they don't even know exist.
Proof of what?
Proof that you deserve the League's attention. Something that shows me I'm not taking a huge risk sailing you out to the hideout.
I thought I already had your attention. A couple of your boys tried to take the ship I sailed in on.
That was you. Unnecessary raid, I'm afraid. Captain Brennan has been moving a lot of goods for the Empire, but because of your involvement, that's one we'll have to wait on.
Risk. Is that what you're worried about? I've taken 10 lives worth of them. And as far as I'm concerned, talking to you is one of them.
Those are your risks, not mine. Don't lecture me on your life of adventure either. I need nothing from you. And you need my help. I'm doing you a favor by staying here this long.
Look, if it's gold you pirates want.
Surely you know by now we're not about wealth and thievery. This is about honor, Redguard history, and the Imperial cancer that plagues Hammerfell.
Come on.
Stop if you like, shore dog. But if I'm going to put my neck on the line, sailing you out to the League, you'll need to bring me a sign of trust, not gold.
Here's the proof you've been waiting for. A Restless League insignia from Azara.
I don't know where you got that, Cyrus, but it will do. The insignia, scrawled as such, buys you at least an audience with the League. Climb on board. We're off before the Imperials know I'm here.
There's the bastard that spoiled my raid.
That was you? I remember two jokers who couldn't handle their sabers, but you must have been hiding.
You'll see me now, though, don't you?
Vander.
Plain as day, right here.
Are you Basil? You're a hard man to find.
Mystery Maintenance Cyrus, what do you want?
We don't need to talk to him. Let me...
Listen here, Spotlight. I'm not here for you. I know everything you have to say. Draw your sword anytime you're ready. Where is she?
Wrong strategy this early in the dialogue, sir. The game is to find out what the other one knows first, not show how much of the map you can't read.
Can he die now?
Step off, Shiny. We'll get to that in a minute.
See, I thought you were Azara's messenger boy, which would have granted a longer audience, but you're standing there looking like the last loose end of many.
I'm Azara's brother, and all my loose ends have led me to you.
She
never mentioned a brother.
And she's been part of us for a long time now. And from her omission of reference to you, I infer little pride or confidence in you. A judgment that seems well supported in the course of our brief and none too gratifying acquaintance.
He has no idea where she is either.
Shut up.
He's got the same cordial manners as his sister, that's for sure.
Why are you still preying on Stros Mackay?
My, how glibly you parrot Imperial propaganda. Perhaps an ignorant tourist like you wouldn't notice that we touch only the Empire's and Richton's ships. The excitable ship owners and Imperial fellow travelers raise a hue and cry against plunder and piracy, but the people of Stros Mackay know the real targets of our activities.
So you lead this band?
If you say so.
So you plan to take on the Empire?
Ator did that already and died for it. The Empire won't suffer us to live against her, or a history written without her name. So there's no point to resist so overtly.
How very restless of you.
Let me cut this smartass.
I'm not suggesting the League greet the Empire with open arms. I propose we greet them with secret arms, with subtle stings, with blood and coin spilt in stealth. Sublunar threat. Our purpose is to hint, ever so politely, that there is no profit in Hammerfell, and no prospect of profit. When the Empire despairs of getting rich in Stros Mackay, she'll turn her hand to more profitable enterprises.
I've seen the Cyrodiils expanding throughout the rest of Tamriel. You're not going to stop them.
Hark! The wise man speaks! But let me advise you, that's the worst thing you could ever say to Azara when you find her.
If there's no point in resisting, why do you stay here?
Hear that, Vander? The man thinks to probe my innermost thoughts. Should I share with him a list of my heart's desires?
Your list is too long, Basil. I'll tell mine. It's short and to the point.
Your list will be short enough, fool, if you pull that sword on me. When and why would Azara have ever joined you? Did her association with you get her killed?
There are some who can't admit a demise, who in the face of defeat create theories of retaliation. But the secret of theory is that truth doesn't exist. Azara disappeared appropriately into the very same void.
I hope that meant something to you because it gets me no closer to Azara. I want to know what happened to her now.
Wake up, sucker! We're thieves and we're bad guys, and Azara was a part of it whether you like it or not. In case you didn't notice, we're hiding out here. So it stands to reason if Azara isn't here, then she's in trouble. Don't you think the Empire might be able to help you solve this mystery a little better? You're wasting your time here.
What kind of trouble would she be in?
He can't help us, Basil. It's my turn now.
Come on! I'm done with your bully boy. Anna left him alive.
And now the altruistic Brother Pup wants his bone. First, here's a bandage. Tidy yourself up, unless you were planning to use that sweet little puppy tongue to lick your wounds clean.
Do you like breathing, Basil?
Fine. Here's the key to Azara's lodge. We've already ransacked the for clues to her whereabouts, but maybe you can find something we couldn't. Clues particularly in a journal, one we can't open. If you can tell me what's in the journal, I'll tell you what I know about Azara's disappearance.
C26, Common Era, 864. This is my last entry. As I'm taking leave of this maddening torpor, the time to act is at hand. Basil and the rest of his lazy bulls are content to mourn our prince and hide in shadows, even while we have the very thing the governor fears most. For months my love has lain in amber, while the Empire firms its hold. Hammerfell will be lost forever if Prince Ator is not restored. I'm decided. If the League can't shake its slumber, then I will steal the soul gem as they sleep. By morning, I'll be in Stros Mackay, where there are others who might give me the help I need. Cyrus, the gypsy woman told me you would come to Stros Mackay. I laughed in her face, of course. But I leave this warning if only for respect of one's elders. If the bloodlock is opened, then I know it is you, and I ask you to heed the next. Leave me my dilemma, and go back to whatever road you love best these days. You've had ample practice.
Where is she?
I don't know. I was hoping this would tell me.
What do you know then?
When Azara joined the League, she changed its face. She gained us the attention of Prince Ator. Before Azara, we were a wild pack of nationalists with sharp swords and enthusiastic schemes. Our wanting reputation kept Ator from announcing an open affiliation, but we worked for him in secret, removing forebear traders on the mainland and killing imperial emissaries too long lingering at our borders.
And then the war came all the way to Stros Makai,
where Ator should have won. He had Hunding Spire with him that day. He would turn back Titus Septim from Hammerfell forever. The League wasn't invited to join in the battle, for discretion's sake, and we were forced to watch from afar. And at that battle we saw the face of the new empire. They sent a dragon, and no man could stand against it.
It killed Prince Ator?
Ator challenged the beast, but he never reached it. A poisoned arrow from Richton's henchman felled the prince just as he rushed headlong to meet the dragon.
What does this have to do with Azara?
As Ator lay dying, his wizard, the Archmage Boa, tried desperately to save his life. The dragon was upon them, and there was little time. Boa gathered Ator's life force into a soul gem just as the fire rained down. The Battle of Stros Makai ended then, and Azara's trouble began.
Get to it.
In another story altogether, the League got its hands on the soul gem, reservoir, the prince's power, and the narrative of wishful thinking began. The restless League now had the means to bring back the prince. We could restore Prince Ator from the soul gem, and under his banner, fight the Battle of Stros Makai again, this time rightly at his side. And then that little witch took it.
Azara took the soul gem?
And with it the fate of Stros Makai. The prince's spirit within that gem was the spark to ignite a revolution. When Azara stole the soul gem, she stole from us that fire.
Where would she have gone with it?
If we knew that, you wouldn't be here right now. The only reason we let you in the hideout was to find out what you know, or what this could tell us. We both seem to still be looking for our answers yet.
I'll be back if you're alive, and I'll spare no one then.
Find the soul gem, and you'll find Azara.
Take me back to Stros Makai.
This is bigger than your sister, Redguard. Remember that? This is about the kingdom. This is about Hammerfell now.
Damn fool. Maybe just the damn fool we need to find Azara and the soul gem.
Maybe so.
Hello, Drakius.
Cyrus, I heard that Lord Rotan got you, but that you got away. Be careful, though. Imperial patrols are everywhere now. Richton's incensed on you. A good lad. By the way, that captain you rode in with was looking for you. Brennan, that's his name. Oh, and Siona wants to see you too. Getting to be the well-thought sort around town now, eh?
I've helped the Yokudans solve their problem. The gypsy woman figures she owes me one now.
Never hurts to have a wizard on your side.
The observatory's fixed. Now I can use the telescope.
Astrology fan, are you?
It'll help me somehow, I'm sure. I think I got away too easy. Like maybe the governor is watching me, hoping I'll lead him to Azara.
So you saw no sign of her in the catacombs?
There was a section closed off from me, true, but I don't think she was in there. The governor admitted he would have executed her if he knew where to find her. I don't think he cared enough about me to lie to me. Well, I met the League.
And?
Evidently, Azara was an important member. They seemed sort of ragtag, but there's something about their leader that worries me.
What did they say about your sister?
They've been hunting for her themselves for a while. They only let me into the hideout to find out what I knew. I've been to the League hideout. They say that Azara was in the League and mentioned that they were preparing for a counterattack against the Empire, but that she put a stop to that.
How?
She stole a soul gem from them. If I can find it, I can find her. What have you heard of soul gems, Drekius? I need to get my hands on one.
Such arts are practiced in Black Marsh, but we use unhatched eggs in place of gems. The practice was outlawed for a while in the previous era because such magic was so prone to error. But after the mages' guilds were founded, the ban on soul gems were lifted. You should try asking someone at the guild here to find out more.
Drekius, you mentioned taking part in some smuggling operations.
Minor stuff is all, and mostly nil, now that the governor's men are keeping such tabs on me.
What can you tell me about the smugglers' den?
It's run by some upright from the north, a quick-to-anger sort, and he only talks to members of the den.
What's the smugglers' den password?
They've changed it ever since the Empire's been keeping such an eye on the Dragon Tail. But I'm sure some people about town could be persuaded to give it up.
I've come across the legend of the Flask of Lilandril.
That bug's got you too. A lot of people on this island are looking for it. Even the Empire, I hear.
What would they want with it?
The scuttlebutts, they want it for an invasion of Somerset Isle to help them dispel its magical defenses. Leastways, be advised that the flask's burial ground is well sought by more dubious parties than you.
A lot of people are looking for the flask. Anybody in particular?
There's a Breton about town, loud and lit to hear, by the name of Crendel. He was in a few weeks back bragging about having a piece of a map.
A map showing where the flask is buried.
Yeah, but Crendel's a drunk, so make of it what you like.
I wonder if you can make anything of this. These look like map notations to me.
Let me see. Oh, bloody hell. This again. Jafar must have sold this annotated copy of Elven artifacts 10 times. And they always end up here. Can you make me a map, they say? Why is everyone so mad over lost Elven treasure? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm too busy today.
I'm willing to pay for the map. Handsomely. Just name your price.
Persistent, eh? Listen, if you'll give me the book, I'll make it for you. One last time, free of charge. At least then I won't ever have to see it again.
I'd rather hang on to the book. Can I just pay you to make the map?
You're not listening, are you? Elves! 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 That all you can think of? What do you know about the Flask of Lilandril? Did the elven ship really wreck on Stros Mackay? That doesn't have to do with elves. No one's interested. Well, I, for one, am sick of elves and their oh-so-mysterious ways. Bah, don't get me started.
You say the flask arrived on Stros Mackay in an elven ship?
Now, what did I just say? Out! Get out! Stop asking me about the damn elves.
Sounds good. When will the map be ready?
Come back in a little while. I'll see what I can make of it.
Drekius tells me you found yourself part of the Flask of Lilandril map.
Oh, he did he? Oh, well, he's lying. Yup, that lizard's lying.
Of course he's lying. You're not bright enough to have gotten a piece of the map.
What? I'm brighter than you, Redguard. I do have a piece of the map. How's that? Didn't think I did you?
That's impressive, Crendel. How could I have doubted you? Tell me, how'd you get it?
Shh. You'll like this question, boy. I passed out one night on old Trithic's boat. While he was sleeping. Woke up early, looking for a drink, And what do I find under his cot? A piece of the map. He probably doesn't even know it's gone.
I'll gladly take that map piece off your hands if you're not using it. Perhaps a trade.
You have nothing I want, Redguard. But I don't have it on me. I've hidden it away where them sissies can't find it.
I've killed several Imperial soldiers who had broken into your house. I hope that won't cause you any trouble with the governor.
The governor should hope I don't cause him any trouble over this. What possible reason could his soldiers have for breaking into my house? A loyal forebear, of all people, one of his few potential allies in the city. Not a good sign for the Empire's future here in Hammerfell.
I think I know why those soldiers were searching your house. The governor may think you have part of a map showing the location of the Flask of Lilandril.
Why would he think that? I'd never even heard of this flask before I came here.
I've learned that one piece of the map is engraved on a silver ship. Sound familiar?
No, but I inherited a load of junk when I bought this shop. I put it all in my storeroom next to my house, but I haven't had time to look through it. Here, take the key. If you find this ship, keep it. It's only bringing me trouble.
Trithik, may I bother you again?
Of course, my boy.
A fellow named Crendel was bragging about a map he stole from you. Was he lying?
Crendel, eh? Belly-crawling son of a forebear's cur. It was part of a map, supposedly showing the location of the Flask of Lilandril. In my youth, I was something of a treasure hunter.
Do you remember what was on the map?
2 numbers, an X, and the notation long tree. That's all I can remember. If you find it, keep it. I'm too old for such things.
Maybe I can get Crendel to find it for me. Thanks for your help, Trithik. I have some info that may concern you, Crendel. I heard some boys talking that they had found your hidden map piece.
That's impossible. They're just talking. Jealous of Crendel, they are. They couldn't know where it is.
No, I'm not so sure of that. I overheard them say it had 2 numbers on it, an X and long tree. Didn't mean much to me, but I'd check your hiding spot if I were you.
What? What? Oh, I mean, what? Damn, another lie. Now go away, Cyrus.
Brennan, I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I'm glad you came. But I'm taking a great risk talking to you. You're wanted by the Imperials, you know. Please, come below deck where we can talk in privacy.
Good idea. Lead the way.
It's one of
my new friends will be so glad you stopped by.
Come on, I'll kill you. Taste the steel of empire.
First time, huh?
I'm quick.
Do you think Jagenvir knows anything about Voa's ring?
Wouldn't tell you if he did. He doesn't talk to mundane.
Do you know anything about Archmage Voa's ring?
I'm afraid not.
I've heard one of your members got into some trouble with the governor.
I'm not supposed to talk about that.
What do you know about soul gems, Felicia?
Nothing. Why do you ask?
Please, Felicia, I think you know why I'm asking. Azara disappeared shortly after stealing the soul gem from the Restless Lake. I think she may have come here with it.
She did. I'll tell you about it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but Archmage Jagenvir is worried that the Empire will shut the guild down if we are caught helping the Crowns.
I'm not a crown. Azara is my sister.
Fine. Your sister came here with the soul gem. She was frantic and insisted on speaking to one of the upper cabal. She was worried about being followed and needed to restore Prince Ator as soon as possible.
She was going to bring back the prince?
What do you think the soul gem was for in the first place? A keepsake of her lost love? Look, Archmage Voa put a Tor's soul into the gem to save him from the Empire. See? Somehow, the Restless League got their hands on it and were using it to rally supporters to win the kingdom back. Anyway, Izara got tired of waiting around for this attack to happen, so she swiped the gem and came here to get things done.
But
But since the Archmage was killed in the battle, there was no one left with enough power to restore the prince. Izara was terrified. Then one of our members, an acolyte named Jodo, decided he would try to help her and find another way to restore the prince.
did it work?
Yeah, Prince Ator's behind you right now making funny faces. No, it didn't work. Izara was here night and day doing research, with Jodo poring over scrolls and spell books to find some clue that would help them. But the Empire must have caught on. A dark elf came to talk to Jaganvir one day, and the next thing you know, Jodo is thrown into the city jail for treason against the Empire.
What happened to Izara?
I don't know if she got away or she was caught along with Jodo or what. He's the only one who could tell you that, and he's rotting away in a cell.
Not for long.
You're crazy if you think you're gonna break into the city jail. The Empire has...
Silence!
Archmage Jaganvir, I was only...
Would you have the Empire put the whole of the guild in chains? Speaking of this as strictly forbidden.
Back off, Sparkly. I was just leaving. I have everything I wanted to know.
You're not leaving until I'm sure you'll never speak a word of what you've learned. And I have a perfect and most satisfying means of ensuring your discretion.
Hello. Don't be afraid. That's very sweet.
Jack!
That's very sweet.
Jack!
Oh, my. What happened then?
Jack!
Me. Oh, you better get back to the caves, my dear, before hunting for you. You'll be turned to spawn.
Jack!
Me.
Back!
Change you back? That's quite beyond me, sweet Ken. Find a wizard for that.
Well, what have we here? You want something from Giotto?
Jack!
Me back. What? Oh, Giotto sees. Jaganvir's favorite little trick. What did you do to annoy this archmage, Giotto wonders? Well, Giotto take care of this, no problem. Pain somoni ushmatkal. There you are.
Thank you. I'm Cyrus.
Lord, Isara's brother.
Yes, and I'm here because I'm told you can help me find Izara.
Well, yes, like your sister, Cyrus knows where to find trouble. How did you get here? And can you get Giotto out?
Maybe, but keys are a problem. And I have a much better chance of getting out of here by myself.
Yes, Giotto sees the problem.
But I swear I'll get you out of here if you'll help me find Izara.
Yes, Giotto thinks Necromancer has Izara.
How could that be?
Izara asked Giotto for help to use his magic to restore Prince Ator from Soul Gem. Giotto could not, and Giotto knows no other at Guild can help. Giotto knows only one sorcerer can do this thing. Nagasta, powerful necromancer.
So you sent her there?
No. Giotto not stupid. Giotto warned sister. No trust dark warn Nagasta. Powerful, yes, is Nagasta, but wicked, soul stealer, old and evil.
But Izara would not listen?
No, she is your sister, you know, and she loves the prince, so she must try. So Giotto tells her. Giotto knows a protection against wicked Nagasta.
The precaution didn't work?
No, poor Izara. No patience. Giotto tells her flask of Lilandril, old elven magic, here on this island. But where? Flask is lost many years. So we search and search, but few clues. So slow. Izara can't wait. We find one thing, one piece of map. I think it shows where to look, but just one piece.
So she abandoned any hopes of finding the flask and went to the necromancers anyway?
Yes, I think. But Giotto keeps looking, and Giotto finds other piece of map. But before Giotto can show it, Izara is gone. Then Imperial, they find Giotto and stick him here. But Giotto still has map piece. He hides it from guards. Here, I show you. Take this, find flask, then go to Nagasta. Find Izara, there, I think.
You talk too much, cat.
Ah!
Giotto!
Find Izara.
Redguard, one way out. Through me.
Bastard, you bastard.
You're back. Take a potion for your trouble?
I tried to free Giotto, but he didn't make it.
I guess I'm sorry for that, too. I hope he could help you find your sister.
He set me on the right trail. I need to find the flask of Lilandril. Maiko, is my map ready yet?
Yes, here it is. Well, whoever made these notes was obviously a trained cartographer, probably of Mandry's school, judging from the transverse error correction measurements. May this map serve you well, young sir.
Izara? What's wrong? Izara? What's happened to you? Snap out of it, Izara! What have you done to her, Nagasta?
Izara just another entry in the ledger of lost souls, Master Cyrus. She belongs to the great Lord Vile now.
What have you done to her?
She pledged her soul to this one in return for services, and since she had no immediate use, this one gifted her to Lord Vile.
What pledge? What service?
Izara came thither 3 months ago, pleading this one to help her free Prince Etor from the soul gem. The dim child had even brought the soul gem with her. This one told her the deed might be accomplished, but knowing the eagerness of a client, this one was quite candid about the high price of such services in return for her soul. This one agreed to free her beloved Prince Etor. Perhaps you will count my fee too dear, but cannot the client misjudge the true value of his service?
Worm, if you will restore her to me now, I give you my word I will not allow myself to bring you harm.
That is quite impossible, of course. Her soul is long since delivered to Clavicus Vile, patron danger lord, within whose distant realm your sister's soul now resides. This one admits to have been dilatory in his part of the bargain, for the prince's life force rests still within the soul gem. The very soul gem that adorns the amulet that you delivered to Lord Rigdon. Ah well, this one has ages ahead to fulfill the bargain, and it seems petty to deny Lord Rigdon the pleasure of wearing his defeated enemy's soul like a trinket, don't you think?
Worm, restore her now! Or I will kill you more quickly than you deserve, and just talk to Vile myself.
Now, let your sister serve as a walking, talking cautionary tale, Cyrus. Would you repeat her mistakes by trifling with this one? And you propose to browbeat my Lord Vile into relinquishing your sister's soul. Surely consider this.
Vile is my business now. You have other things to worry about.
Really? What might conceivably trouble this one?
The question is, does your soul get caught in your own soul snare after you die, or does it just get to go straight to hell? Let me help you find out.
Oh, wow! I'm so glad you could come!
Nice dog.
Not a dog, of course.
On sunny days, he likes being a dog, or lots of other things. When he's like this, I think he's somewhere else. It's all quite significant, of course, but who knows what it means? Interesting. I think he likes you, Cyrus.
Hand over her soul, Clavicus, or I'll retire you from the Pantheon.
Oh! Oh! Don't hurt me! Please wait! Did you think the flask would protect you? Oh, that's excellent! Listen, bold hero Cyrus. Nagasta was much more fun. He was very smart and very scared of me. But your failing, fearless hero, is that you have no imagination. For example, have you any idea what I am doing with your sister's soul right now?
So this is what the Deidre Lords do in their free time? Trade souls? Destroy lives? Loaf in the sun?
You poor, poor thing. All our time is free time. It's eternity, man. Don't you think that gets a bit tedious? Mostly it's the same thing over and over, so boring. But you kill your sister's husband, then let her lose her soul. Then you come here and threaten to beat up the big, nasty Deidre Lord to get her back. Well, it's stupid and silly, but it's not boring.
Whatever you're doing, stop it right now.
For what, Cyrus? What do you plan to do to me? You can't hurt me or anything here. Nothing happens here unless I let it happen.
Vile, I'm not here to chat. I'm here for my sister. And you're gonna give her to me, or I'm gonna tear you to pieces.
You must be a bit thick. Take a little walk and think things over. Come back when you're ready to talk sense.
What do you want? Why are you doing this? Just for the fun of it?
A follower of my brother, Hermaeus Mora, once said, "The ultimate purpose of the Deidre Lords is to instruct and improve the generally deplorable character of mortals." Lovely sentiment. But in fact, I watch mortals and meddle now and then, purely for entertainment. Nagasta in his time has been a character of remarkable charm and complexity. But now you have eclipsed Nagasta, and I have high hopes for you. For example, you come all this way to rescue your sister's soul. Why? Yearning for a lost childhood? Pricks of conscience for abandoning your sister? A murderer's guilt?
I feel no guilt for killing Azara's husband, Vile. But running from the consequences, I'm not proud of that. And I'm not leaving her this time.
Yes, that incident is hard to explain, I agree. Poking that scoundrel through the chest and taking off like a spook bunny?
Yes, I left. But Azara could always take care of herself. I just ran. I was young.
She's not taking care of herself now, is she? Ha! And did you judge she could take care of herself when you presumed to poke a knife through her husband's chest?
Vile, I don't care whether you're bored or alone. This talk isn't getting us anywhere. Just tell me, what do you want?
I'm really sorry to lose Nagasta. He always had presents for me.
You like presents, eh?
Got to have presents. No presents, no fun. Sure wish I had a nice present.
did!
I'll give you this priceless flask from my sister's soul.
Oh, Cyrus, a present for me? You shouldn't have. But thank you. It's a unique addition to my justly famed collection of enchanted artifacts.
All right, you've got the flask. Give me my sister.
Cyrus, I didn't offer to make a trade. You gave me a present. I'm happy with my present, feeling generous. So, let's speak in earnest of your sister's soul.
For the last time, Vile, what do you want?
Don't spoil the fun, Cyrus. You're supposed to figure it out. But here's a hint. I got what you want, so...
You're bored, Vile? Then let's play a game for my sister's soul. And to cover the wager, I'll offer my soul.
Very noble, Cyrus. But do you know anything about the worth of a soul? For example, all the fun I'm having with your sister's soul right now, I'd hate to give that up.
Your name is well chosen, Vile. But I know the worth of my soul, and I'm ready to wager it against my sister's soul.
Are you sure? You know, that thing I'm doing with your sister's soul right now? I'd love to do that little thing with your soul, too.
You can't scare me, little man. I said I'd bet my soul, and my word is my bond.
Even a dumb animal can understand fear, but you, Cyrus, sad. However, a poor game is better than none. Let's play then. We're sister's soul. But before we start, there's a couple of things we need to get straight. Your soul's not worth a penny unless you know its value. The Gaston knew a soul's value, but you do not. So I have to explain it to you. First, you think you lose, you die. And that's the end. It's not. You lose, you live, and your soul is mine, just like your sister. And it goes on for a very long time. Understand?
I understand, Vile. Let's just get on with it.
And last, when your soul is mine, your will may defy me, but you do what I want. You're here of your free will. So let me demonstrate. I'd like you to apologize for being so rude and to humbly beg my forgiveness.
Lord, Vile, I apologize for being so rude, and I...
Come on, Cyrus, don't fight it.
Humbly beg your forgiveness.
Think nothing of it, Cyrus. There, that was excellent. Now, won't it be fun if you lose your soul? Practice makes perfect, and you'll have plenty of time to practice. And now that I have your complete attention, you're ready for your test. But before we start, Cyrus, did you have a classical education?
You're talking to yourself, Vile. I'm ready. Let's go.
Good. Just checking. Just that a thinking man, a well-educated man, might have an unfair advantage in this test. But no, you're a hero. A man of action, right? So you probably won't recognize this old chestnut, taken straight from Paulus's The Stars on Their Shoulders. Ready? Listen carefully. I won't repeat it. 2 doors. One leads to the loss of your soul. The other leads to the return of Azara's. 2 guardians. One always lies. One always tells the truth. You can ask one of them just one question. Just one. The game begins. Choose wisely!
Which door would the other one say is correct?
The left door.
Not such a blockhead after all. But I don't think you've seen the last of me, Cyrus. I've got my eye on you. And playing games with Clarinus Vile, Cyrus, is just like breathing. Once you get in the habit, it's kinda hard to stop. Be lucky, Cyrus. Until we meet again.
You're safe, Azara.
Is it you?
I'm afraid so.
Where's Nagasta? Is he dead? Where's the soldier?
Azara,
I have to get back to the League.
But...
what have I done?
Azara!
Are you coming or not?
Caught up already, have you?
Shut up. Azara.
Do you plan to stay this time?
Yes.
Because you could run again.
Yes.
It wasn't your war then.
No.
And it's not your war now.
No.
And if you expect anything more than that right now, you can go to hell.
That's just great, Azara.
Don't give me that. Even if we still had the soldier and we'd be in the same place, you'd still be hiding in this cave and Rickton would still be in our prince's palace.
There's a difference between hiding from the Empire and biding our time.
We're losing time.
You lost the soul gem. What now, girl?
I know where it is.
Yeah, huh?
Rickton has the soul gem.
You've seen him with it?
I gave it to him.
How could...
I didn't know what it was. The necromancer had it fashioned into an amulet, a gift for the governor. He needed someone to deliver it. I did, thinking I could somehow get to you.
My heart just broke. Yours too?
1,000,000 pieces.
We'll just have to get it back.
We'll be killed as soon as we step onto the shore.
Cyrus is right.
What's the point of being condemned as rebels in arms if we never take up those arms against the Empire?
We?
I tell you, Basil, and hear me well. Whether you like it or not, I'm in this now until the end.
I'm not sending my men to Strosmakai. Soul Gem lost or no, Hammerfell needs us alive.
What good are you, Basil, if you do nothing? Are you afraid of shedding a little blood?
Here it comes.
You speak grandly of spending blood that is not your own, sire. As for the League, we do what we can, even in hiding. We're pirates, man. The purest form of sedition. To thieves, snare, slit the throat unbeheld. The ever-resident thorns, keeping all sides of guard, alleviating every inertia with our own. Our raids force the Emperor to garrison Strosmakai and tie up ships and men here, and our piracy hits Rickton where it counts. in his gold purse. If he doesn't squeeze this province with the profits the Emperor demands, his head will roll.
Don't forget the dragon, Basil. Because that's the thing you really fear, isn't it? The Battle of Stros-Makai hung in the balance until the governor called in his dragon, right?
Well, there's that too.
I'll take care of the dragon.
Big man.
Can I feel your muscle?
Rickton probably has the dragon guarding the Soul Gem in the palace treasure vaults.
Where are they?
You can enter them through the catacombs, but you need the key.
Where'd you get this?
The prince and your sister were good friends, Cyrus. The treasure vaults were to be her jewelry chamber.
I've had enough of your chatter, Basil. I'm going to find the gem, and then I'll find somebody who'll bring the prince back. When that's done, should I tell him to expect your aid or not?
I expect you'll have just as much success as your sister had, Cyrus. You can hardly do any worse.
I'll go with you.
2 weeks still. Look, I've done well enough to this point. I can finish this. For you.
For Hammerfell.
Fine, for Hammerfell. When I have the soul gem and somebody that can break its magic, what should I do?
Send us the signal and we'll meet at the temple. Brother Niddle has the Tor's body hidden there.
Redguard! When you have the prince, you have his men.
I should help you.
You're too well known on the island. The Imperial...
I can handle them.
And you will, after the temple. I won't fail you. Not like last time.
Look, let's get this straight. You murdered my husband and ran away. On one day, you robbed me of the two people I loved and trusted most in the world. Hakan was not much of a husband, but you were not, and you are not fit to judge him. Nor am I fit to judge you. You're guilty of gods know how many crimes and cruelties, not the least of all what you've done to your own flesh and blood. But whatever harm you've done to me, I forgive you. You're my blood and younger brother, and I can do no less. But if you trifle with the affairs of the League, and with the fate of Hammerfell and her people, then run away like you did last time, I will find you. You are a charming, vain, self-absorbed child, never thinking of anyone but yourself and your own profit. But if you take up this thing, you will see it through to the end, or I will kill you.
I am going to find that soul gem, and I will get your prince back. Izara, I know what you think of me. I'm not proud of what I've been, but something is happening here, and I don't really know what I'm saying.
Then don't say anything. I'm not interested in your words, Cyrus. It's enough to have you here. I just have to believe that you'll stay when I need you.
I will finish this. What's this?
A little privacy. A little candlelight. And the pleasantries begin. My name is Nephalalargus.
So, you're Rickton's pet, then?
You wound me. Rickton's pet is that dark little thing with poison splinters. I am Titus Septim's proud soldier, loyal vassal, a jewel of the crown. It's not my fault I have to keep company with the governor.
You have something I need, Dragon.
I shan't lie to you, good stranger. My imperial loyalty is indeed well paid for. We aren't very different, I would venture. You seem the mercenary sort, too, so you'll understand if I do not readily agree to part with my latest reward.
Maybe we can bargain for it.
I so do love mortal fantasy. I'll play along. What will you give me for the soul of Prince Ator?
I'll spell your name right on your tombstone.
Dead. Aye, my lord. The dragon is dead.
And he's alive. We are not sure it was the Redguard, my lord. Don't be stupid. That bastard sweats heroism. It could be no one else. He has the soul gem. Why do I pay you exactly, Dram? For my chilling countenance, of course. Leave him to me, you said, and with such confident assurance. I recall being set at ease about the matter. I recall thinking, well, now at last I can get down to the task of administering this troubled province. But this young man continues to cause us irreparable harm when we can least endure it. And now for the good news. Perhaps you remember the vicious group of rabble that's caused us so much trouble. The Restless League! Whose hideout would have remained a mystery if a prematurely dead Redguard had never led me to it. It will take time to assemble an assault party, but I foresee no difficulties in cleaning out the whole League in one well-planned attack. I see. The Emperor warned me never to underestimate the subtlety of your schemes, Drab. Carry on, then. I await your full report.
What can you tell me about soul gems, Saban?
Hung by Teki Matana?
Patiki Matane Dendurai.
They are older than the Eastern secrets.
Uita Matakti Matani Tongai.
Soul gems are tricky magic.
Uhi Dumakai.
It takes a powerful sorcerer to use one.
Are you that powerful, Saban?
She is.
Saban, I need your help with this soul gem.
Do you have a body?
The soul is Prince Ator's. I have his body.
Is it ready?
Yes, it's at the temple. Don't worry, I can sneak your mother past the guards.
I'm going too.
No, I need you to get the League.
Really?
Yes, but we have to hurry. Go to the lighthouse and signal for them. Tell them it's revolution time!
What's the signal?
On, flash.
I can't understand any of that, Cyrus.
Just kidding. I'll tell you on the way. Tell your mother the plan.
Sanhanga betiki tuwaka nohai. No dogo duptralik. Sensogat kalugo. The soul gem. The ring.
What is it? Did it work?
I'm sorry, Cyrus.
What's wrong? What happened? What did you do wrong?
It didn't work.
What now, Redguard?
The sword. His soul is in the sword.
Mother?
How did this happen?
She doesn't know. It was...
Who cares how it happened? It's over, Cyrus. We can't follow a sword. You failed us. We are through.
Is this how you will honor your prince, then? Cautious I've thought you, Basil, but never before a coward. We all have waited for the prince's return. Now that he has returned, you walk away. The form is different, true, but his spirit is here. And isn't his spirit the truest part of him? Did it occur that maybe he chose this shape and symbol as the sign of his intentions? Perhaps that soul in hated delay snared helpless in a jewel while his men hid and shirked their duties, his duty. Perhaps that soul honed itself to this and by no mistake comes to you now in no more fine and final form as this. A sword. You say you cannot follow a sword? Well, I say that you have strayed from your own too long. Why are you here but to fight? Your prince has shown you the manner of his purest metal, and metal itself. And this true, unerring razor's message is clear beyond words. But now's not the time for words, but for brave hands, bright swords, and blood. Aye, boys, it's about blood now, too long frozen in your veins. And you'd rather yourself be rigid than follow me. Well, if you won't, then shamefully know that your prince will. For his blood be solid too, but strained to steel and tempered in death. Arise alike as he, as swords as we are crowns alike as he. The prince is dead. Long live the prince.
What shall we do?
You shall secure the harbor. We can't have any more of them coming in. Once that's done, take it to the Imperials still left on the water. When they see the harbor is ours again, they will make sail for the mainland.
What about you?
I'm going into the palace to kill the governor.
You can't do that alone. How will you get in?
I won't be alone. And the prince shares secrets.
Let me come with you, Cyrus.
And you aren't going without me.
No, you help Basil and the League take the harbor. If we storm the palace, Rickton and his men will dig in. It has to end now. With the League running amok in the water, the palace will be near empty if they try to stop you. I'll reach Rickton easy and remind him whose seat is the throne of Stros Mackay.
They'll hear about this in the rest of Hammerfell.
Then let's make sure it's loud.
assault ship is ready, Lieutenant. The men are aboard. They'll never see us coming.
I'll inform Lord Rickton.
What was that?
He's here.
They're attacking the harbor.
Who is?
A mob of them, Governor. We were caught off our...
The Redguard's behind this. I know he is. He's here. They must have found some new friends. Get that Redguard. Take their leader and they'll fall to pieces. The dirigible is ready. Shall we begin the assault on the Restless League's hideout?
Forget about the League, Dram. We must evacuate.
But who do you think is attacking the harbor, man?
It's the Restless League. They're blowing up our ships.
That Redguard, the one you were supposed to kill a long time ago,
he succeeded in sparking the rebellion we were sent here to repress.
We don't.
Enough. We'll take the dirigible and make for the mainland. Stros Mackay is expendable. The Redguards may have their day here, but I will return at the head of a fleet and the Emperor's legions. How remarkable. I may well be the first Imperial Admiral to surrender at this altitude.
No surrender, Governor. You just die on your feet.
The rules of engagement state quite clearly that a losing party may yield to his opponent on the field of battle, and that the victor may, within honorable reason, determine his ransom.
Remind me in hell.
But where's the money in that? Or Redguard honor? I know a swordsman like you, Redguard, can't kill an unarmed man. And as a gentleman, I place myself under your protection. And as a swordsman of no little accomplishment, I congratulate you on your mastery of the longsword. And I congratulate you also on your small victory here. I have failed my emperor, and may regret surviving to face his displeasure, but...
Drop the weapon.
What were those rules of engagement again?
I'm sorry, Redguard. The rules of engagement govern the affairs of gentlemen. But you, a rebel in arms, a traitor to the Emperor, and a threat to the Emperor's peace, all you have earned is summary execution.
You die now, Redguard.
Do it then, because that'll be the easy part. But look down there, Rickton. Now there's an army that's tasted victory, and one you'll never defeat again.
No more words.
Rickton, it's time you saw that Redguard fire you've heard so much about. You never did kill the Prince, Rickton. He lives.
The old quarters should be restored in time for the celebrations, my lady.
Make sure Captain Basil has all the men he needs.
You know I have to leave soon.
Can't you at least stay for the celebrations? They are because of you, after all. Baron Volai came out of hiding to retake Sentinel after he heard of our own uprising. Both he and the Emperor are coming here to work out the treaties.
The Emperor's coming here?
We've had 2 bloody wars in as many years, Cyrus. And a court must be struck with the Empire. But at least now we will be respected allies if all goes well, instead of exploited subjects. Atur, guide me in this.
I've never been much for politics.
I forgive you anyway. I can do no less.